Welcome everyone to another Iceberg video. Today, I'll be taking a look at the Captain America Iceberg as a way to tie in with the release of Captain America Brave New World. Don't worry though, there's not going to be any spoilers for that film in the video. Anyways, this video will not only go over topics related to Steve Rogers, but also topics related to his cast of characters, like Bucky Barnes, Sam Wilson, Red Skull, Sharon Carter, Peggy Carter, Patriot, US Agent, etc. Now, I've already talked about some topics related to Captain America in past videos, so if you're interested in hearing me talk about these topics, go check out these videos. Last thing I want to mention is that if you like the video, drop a like and comment below about your favorite entry. Subscribe if you want to see more icebergs, because I got plenty of superhero icebergs planned in the future, and I've already got a bunch of icebergs made, like ones based on Star Wars, Godzilla, Transformers, Call of Duty, Alien and Predator, TMNT, Jurassic Park, etc. With all of that soul-crushing self-advertising out of the way, let's begin. The 1990 film. Released in December of 1990, Captain America, directed by Albert Pyun, written by Stephen Tolkien, and starring Matt Salinger, is the first ever attempt at a big-budget Captain America film. Well, big budget compared to the previous Captain America films, but I'll talk about those more obscure ones later in the video. The film is a rather simple Captain America story. Steve Rogers is turned into Captain America in 1943 and is sent off to Europe to fight Red Skull and the forces of Hydra. He beats Red Skull, but is frozen in Alaska for almost 50 years. Waking up in 1992, Captain America tries to reunite with his girlfriend from World War II, Bernice, but she's obviously moved on from the 1940s. Her daughter Sharon meets up with Steve, and the two work together to take down the Red Skull, who is now the leader of a shadow government who is pretty mad at the US president, Tom Kimball, because Kimball wants to make some more eco-friendly laws and stuff, and Red Skull just isn't a fan of that. So Red Skull captures him, and eventually captures Sharon as well. Captain America then infiltrates Red Skull's base, where he rescues the US president and kills Red Skull. This allows President Kimball's environmental laws to be put in place. And that's how the film ends. It's a rather simple story that differs a bunch from most Captain America adaptations. For example, Steve Rogers is a polio survivor, which is why he's so skinny before becoming Captain America. The Super Soldier program actually began in fascist Italy instead of Germany or the United States. And most interestingly, Red Skull and his daughter are responsible for the deaths of Martin Luther King Jr., John F. Kennedy, and Robert Kennedy. While originally intended to be released in theaters, it was released straight to video in the United States, but did see a theatrical run in the United Kingdom and the Philippines. And the British theatrical run actually predated the US release by almost 2 years, as the straight-to-video release wasn't until July of 1992. The film wasn't well received by critics and fans alike, with many people finding it to be very cheesy, poorly written, poorly acted, and just kinda cheap looking. And because of this, this version of Captain America has never returned in any way. US Agent. First appearing in Captain America issue 33, released in July of 1986, John Walker was a man who really looked up to his older brother. and in order to live up to his dead brother's memory, he decided to become a superhero. After receiving physical enhancement powers from the Power Broker, John became the superhero Super Patriot and recruited a couple of dudes to become his sidekicks, called the Bold Urban Commandos, or Buckies for short. Now, he wasn't actually super big on Captain America, as he believed that Steve Rogers was far too progressive, and John believed that America should have a more conservative hero, and in order to convince the American people of this, he and the Buckies took part in a scheme to discredit Captain America. But this didn't work out very well, and Steve beat them all. A while later, when Steve left the mantle of Captain America, John was hired to become his replacement. At first, John was pretty hyped about this, but then he found out that he had to fire all but one of his Buckies. He didn't want to do it, but he still did it. And so, the remaining Bucky, a man named Lamar, took up the mantle of Bucky. Yeah, that was his superhero name, just Bucky. Together, they would battle various bad guys, and one of these fights even resulted in John beating a man to death. So, yeah, he was kind of more extreme than Steve Rogers. Eventually, Lamar would take up the mantle of Battlestar, and instead of being John's sidekick, he would be John's partner. But it wasn't just bad guys that John fought. He also fought his former friends. You see, the criminal group known as the Watchdogs would at one point capture John and then kill his parents, resulting in John snapping and killing them. The Watchdogs only knew of John's identity because his former friends, Jerome and Hector, who were the other two Buckies, revealed his identity on TV. So John tracked the two of them down and tortured them, burning them severely, resulting in the two Avengers endgaming themselves. This snapped John out of his cruel ways, and after a few more missions as Captain America, he gave the title back to Steve. Although, maybe it didn't completely snap him out of his cruel ways, as right after this, John faked his death and took up the mantle of U.S. Agent, now being a superhero loyal first and foremost to the Commission on Superhuman Activities. As a U.S. agent, he joined various superhuman teams, like the West Coast Avengers, the Jury, and the Invaders. After taking part in Civil War and working with even more hero groups like the Mighty Avengers, John would be severely injured and forced into retirement. That was until he was temporarily bonded with a symbiote who healed his injuries. He then went back to working as U.S. agent and continued being a fairly morally gray hero whose loyalties are exclusively to the United States government. As for his powers, John has pretty much all of your standard Captain America abilities: superhuman strength, stamina, reflexes, etc. He's also an extremely talented fighter and has used various vibranium shields throughout his career. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, Square Enix's Avengers, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, the 2009 Marvel Superhero Squad video game, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Rob Liefeld drawing. Rob Liefeld is probably one of the most controversial comic creators in the 1990s. While known for his creations like Deadpool and Cable, although he didn't actually come up with the Deadpool that we know today, That personality was created by Joe Kelly, Gail Simone, and Daniel Way. Liefeld is also known for his extremely questionable drawing abilities, as his characters usually have some extremely weird proportions, and no other drawing shows this off more than the legendary Heroes Reborn Captain America promo art created by Liefeld in 1996. This art is extremely infamous for very obvious reasons. Steve's proportions are completely insane and have been mocked relentlessly by fans for decades. Because of this, it's become the poster child of bad comic art, and the original sketch of this comic was actually recently sold at an auction for $132,000. The most surprising thing about this drawing is that it's actually based on a real-life photo. This photo of Arnold Schwarzenegger was the inspiration for the drawing. Still doesn't change the fact that the drawing is just terrible, but I thought I'd mention it. Scrapped the Rocketeer and Captain America What If episode. Originally, the series What If wasn't going to begin with the Captain Carter episode, and I guess by extension wouldn't have Captain Carter become the kinda protagonist of What If. Why the hell did What If have a reoccurring story? Whatever. The original first episode that was pitched by series director Brian Andrews was What If Captain America fought alongside the Rocketeer? For those that don't know, The Rocketeer is a World War II superhero film released in June of 1991 and was produced by Disney. It was about a man named Clifford Secord, aka The Rocketeer. Basically, he was a normal guy, but he had a jetpack. Despite the film bombing at the box office, the film has become a cult classic, and because Disney created the film, it was believed that a crossover episode featuring the character was possible. However, it wasn't. Because Disney didn't actually create The Rocketeer. The Rocketeer was actually created by Dave Stevens for Pacific Comics in 1982. Yep, the 1991 film was actually an adaptation, and currently, the rights to the character are owned by IDW. While Disney has made some Rocketeer projects in the last few years, Disney wasn't exactly willing to risk a legal problem with IDW for a project related to the MCU. And so, the episode was rejected and reworked into the Captain Carter episode. The whole Steve x Peggy and Steve x Sharon thing. So a lot of people think it's really weird that Steve was madly in love with Peggy Carter in the 1940s, but when he's unfrozen decades later, he falls in love with Peggy's niece, Sharon, and yeah, it is weird, but it's not as weird as some people make it out to be. At least, well, kinda. A lot of this comes from the MCU, in which Peggy is very clearly the love of Steve's life, while Sharon is just... well, they never dated, but they did kiss at one point. You see, while Peggy Carter is an extremely popular character nowadays, she wasn't really that popular back in the day. In fact, she wasn't even a character in the 1940s. She first appeared in Tales of Suspense issue 77, released in February of 1966, where it was retconned that she had a brief romance with Captain America in the 1940s. But even then, that's not entirely true, as Peggy was only properly introduced in Captain America issue 162, released in March of 1973. This one-off character in Tales of Suspense was retconned into being her, so at the time of the original comic's release, it wasn't actually Peggy. Sharon actually predates Peggy by years, being introduced in Tales of Suspense issue 75, released in December of 1965. So Cap's romance with Sharon actually predates Peggy's existence. Now, is it still weird that Cap briefly dated Peggy and then entered a long-term romance with Sharon, her niece? Yeah, it is a bit weird, but it's not as weird as some people make it out to be. It wasn't like Steve was in love with Peggy, it was more like a couple of flings within a few weeks. Honestly, what's weirder is the fact that Peggy was originally Sharon's sister, then retconned into being her aunt, then being retconned into being her great-aunt, and then being retconned into being her aunt again. Deleted scenes. Not everything filmed for a movie or show ends up in the final product. Here's some deleted scenes from Captain America films or films involving Captain America characters. Also, I've talked about some Captain America deleted scenes in past videos, so go check out those videos if you want to hear me talk about them. For the 1990 Captain America film, Stan Lee actually had a cameo in the film, but was cut. During Cap's mission in World War II, he was supposed to land in a forest and meet some spies who would show him to the German base. German soldiers would then appear and kill the two spies, resulting in Cap holding one of the spies in his arms as she dies. There was originally supposed to be a scene in which Red Skull would be shown crying while playing the piano, remembering when the Italian army kidnapped him and turned him into Red Skull. There was supposed to be a scene in which Steve would visit his former mentor, Colonel Lewis, at a retired veterans home, only to find out that Lewis has dementia. Lewis would then recognize him and tell him about what's happened since the 1940s, resulting in Steve coming to the conclusion that there's no cause worth fighting for anymore. And finally, there was supposed to be a scene in which Steve would call Bernice, and she would tell him that the Red Sox won the World Series in 1944. Steve would joke about his friend Bobby now owing him money, to which Bernice just goes, "Oh yeah, he died during the Korean War. Sorry." As for Captain America: The First Avenger, the ending sequence where Steve wakes up in 2011 was supposed to be longer, in which Nick Fury would tell him that the Allies won World War II. A scene in which Colonel Phillips gives Steve his Medal of Honor while he's looking over some Hydra maps was scrapped. The opening scene in Norway was supposed to be longer, in which we would see Jan heading to Castle Rock Tower with his friend Eric, only for Eric to then be killed by a tank. And finally, while not technically a deleted scene, Matt Salinger, the man who played Captain America in the 1990 film, attempted to get a brief cameo in the film, but after he reached out to the film's director, he got a very unenthusiastic response, resulting in him giving up on asking for a cameo. As for the Avengers, during the Battle of New York, Cap would save a family trapped in their car. There was also an entire subplot during the Battle of New York that was cut, in which Cap would hand a police officer a Chitauri rifle. The police officer would then be found by a woman named Beth. The officer would then be killed by a Chitauri soldier, and Beth would be captured. Then, Beth would be shown being saved during the sequence in which Cap saves civilians being held prisoner by the Chitauri. As for Captain America: The Winter Soldier, Originally, the after-credits scene would have been longer, with Bucky spotting Steve at the Smithsonian. There was supposed to be a scene in which Black Widow would confront Nick Fury about him not letting her know that he faked his death. He would then give her the fake face technology she uses later in the film. Originally, the film was going to open with a dream sequence to World War II, showing Cap taking part in a battle alongside the Howling Commandos. However, when the dream ends, Steve would then look over at a newspaper, revealing that Dum Dum Dugan passed away a few years ago. And finally, the television interview with Peggy Carter was supposed to be longer, in which she would be asked about her relationship with Captain America. She would tell the interviewer that Cap treated her like a person, which she appreciated. She would then begin to cry when mentioning that she was the last person to talk to Steve before his presumed death. As for Avengers Age of Ultron, a scene in which Cap and Maria Hill talk about Ultron killing Von Strucker was cut. Speaking of Von Strucker's death, we would have actually seen Ultron killing him. There was also supposed to be a scene in which Cap, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Scarlet Witch would gather together during the Battle of Sokovia that was cut. And finally, there was supposed to be a scene in which, after landing in Sokovia, Steve would see some graffiti saying that Captain America is a fascist. In response to this, Cap would take off his helmet and refuse to wear it during the battle. As for Ant-Man, during Scott's fight with Falcon, he would tell Sam that the superhero name Iron Man was already taken. As for Captain America Civil War, several lines were cut from the film, like Tony saying, "You just started a war," and "I was wrong about you," "The whole world was wrong about you." Sharon Carter was originally supposed to be a more active member of Team Cap, and to take part in the airport battle. A fight scene between Captain America and Black Widow was cut. Originally, Ant-Man was going to be on Team Iron Man, while Vision would be on Team Captain America. Originally, Steve, Tony, and Bucky would all forgive each other by the end of the film, and team up to battle Zemo. This was something that the Marvel Creative Committee really wanted, but Kevin Feige and the Russo brothers were against. A scene showing how Zemo got to the Winter Soldier book was cut, in which he would use gas to steal it from an auction. Finally, Peggy Carter's funeral was supposed to be longer, with Sharon giving a speech about her dead aunt. She would then have lunch with Steve. For Avengers Infinity War, Sharon Carter was originally supposed to have a small appearance in the film, in which her relationship with Steve would be explored. There was supposed to be a scene showing what Cap, Black Widow, and Falcon were doing between Civil War and Infinity War, with the three battling criminals, and for some reason, after the fight, Cap would eat some mashed potatoes that he had accidentally bled in. Gross. Originally, instead of Spider-Man going with Iron Man and Doctor Strange to space, it was supposed to be Falcon. And finally, a scene of Captain America leading the Avengers and Wakandan military was not cut from the film. Yeah, this scene was actually just created for the film's trailers. It was never meant to be in the film. As for Avengers Endgame, originally, instead of Steve, Tony, Scott, and Bruce traveling back to the Battle of New York, they would have time traveled back to before the events of the Winter Soldier and raided the Triskelion in order to get the Space Stone. They would then break into Doctor Strange's apartment, presumably for the Time Stone. Originally, Steve was meant to travel to Vormir alone, where he would have to work together with Red Skull in order to get the Soul Stone. Originally, after securing all of the stones, Steve and the rest of the Avengers would return to the present, only to find out that 2014 Thanos had taken over the world while they were gone. Originally, upon learning about the Avengers' plan, 2014 Thanos would then travel to his universe's Earth and completely wipe the planet out. He would then take the bodies of his universe's dead Avengers and bring them to the main MCU timeline in order to taunt the Avengers. 2014 Cap would have been killed by decapitation, and 2014 Thanos would have held his head while confronting the Avengers. As for Falcon and the Winter Soldier, originally, the show was supposed to be longer, and Torres would have had a very important subplot. Danya Madani would have originally had stuff to do in the show, but nearly all of her scenes were cut. As for Deadpool and Wolverine, originally, the scene in which Deadpool is interviewed by Happy Hogan was supposed to include all of the original 2012 Avengers in the room with them, including Captain America. Peter would have also been here and been able to lift Thor's hammer, while Deadpool would try and get Captain America to swear. And finally, as for Captain America Brave New World, Seth Rollins was meant to play Klaus Voorhees, aka Cobra in the film. While all of his scenes were filmed, he was basically replaced with the character Sidewinder when the film went under reshoots. There was a scene that was cut in which Sam, Betty Ross, and Layla visit a cemetery, and Sabra was meant to appear in the film a lot more, but most of her scenes were cut. Secret Empire. Releasing from April to August of 2017 and written by Nick Spencer, Secret Empire was a comic event that was a tad bit controversial when it was releasing, as it was revealed in this story that Steve Rogers has always been a secret Hydra agent since his very first appearance. This retcon obviously ticked people off, but it wasn't actually true. In the aftermath of the Avengers standoff storyline, Steve was given back his youth by the being known as Kobik, a sentient cosmic cube. This was because, for a while, Steve was an elderly man due to him losing the super soldier serum. Anyways, what none of the Marvel heroes knew at the time was that this wasn't actually Steve. A clone of Red Skull had enacted a plan to manipulate Kobik into loving Hydra, so when Kobik gave Steve back his youth, in actuality, she replaced Steve with an alternate universe Steve created by Kobik, who was a Hydra agent. This was all part of an even bigger plan by Red Skull to take over the United States. And it worked. Kinda. While Hydra did eventually take over the United States, it was Captain America, or Hydra Supreme, who was leading the charge, not the Red Skull clone, as he was killed by Hydra Supreme in order to take over Hydra. Upon taking over the United States, Steve and his Hydra forces turned the country into a fascist regime, while the Avengers and other heroes began a resistance, attempting to take down Hydra and capture Steve. Well, most of the heroes wanted to capture Steve. Black Widow, on the other hand, was like, nah, this guy has to die. When the heroes found out about what actually happened to Steve, about how this wasn't actually their Steve, they began to travel the world looking for Kobik's shards. Oh right, by this point in time, Kobik's physical form was destroyed, and shards of her cosmic cube were scattered across the globe. And in order to bring back their universe's Steve, they began looking for the shards in order to reforge Kobik. Too bad Hydra also knew about this, and began looking for the shards themselves, eventually getting every single one of them except for one fragment held by the Avengers. While this is all happening, Black Widow tries to kill Cap, but fails and is killed in the process. Steve then orders Hydra to declare war on Wakanda. The story comes to a close as most of the world's heroes launch an assault on Washington, D.C. and defeat Hydra, only for Steve to show up and begin fighting all of the heroes, wearing a cosmic cube suit that gave him the power to wipe people from existence. While this is all happening, the real Steve Rogers is found by Kobik and is eventually freed from her mind by Bucky, who was placed inside of a cosmic cube shard by Ant-Man. With the real Steve Rogers and Kobik freed, Kobik undoes everything she did, and the two Steve Rogers battle it out. The real Steve wins the fight with Thor's hammer, and Hydra Supreme is captured. This story was controversial, not just because of the fake-out retcon, but also because many people just didn't think it was well written. There's also the fact that Punisher and Deadpool were working for Hydra in the story. I didn't mention it earlier, but yes, Frank Castle and Wade Wilson were members of Hydra only because they loved Captain America, so they instantly sided with him. This story has never been adapted in any piece of media, and probably never will, although there are nods to it in Square Enix's Avengers, Avengers Endgame, Marvel Future Fight, and LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Isaiah Bradley. First appearing in Truth, Red, White, and Black Issue 1, released in November of 2002, Isaiah Bradley has quite the tragic history. While fighting in World War II, Isaiah was forced by the United States military to take part in super soldier serum tests in order for the army to replicate the super soldier serum. Not only was he forced to undergo these tests, but he was chosen to do so because he's black. In fact, the 300 test subjects used for these tests were all black men. The military chose Isaiah and the others because they thought that they were lesser than them, just pure racism. They also weren't expected to survive the tests, as letters were sent out to the families of the men claiming that they had been killed in battle. That, and they also wanted to keep this operation a secret, so even if they did survive, they wouldn't be going home. Isaiah was one of the handful that survived the tests and successfully became a super soldier. He was placed in one of the very first Black Ops teams in the United States military. Eventually, Isaiah would be the last surviving member of the team, and by extension, the last surviving member of the Super Soldier program. And in order to cut any loose ends, the military sent Isaiah on a mission they believed that he wouldn't come back from. Isaiah went on to complete the mission and actually survived, although he was captured, only to then be rescued by a local resistance group. Isaiah would then return to the United States, only to then be arrested because he had stolen a Captain America costume and shield before going on this mission. Although this wasn't the actual reason as to why he was being arrested, the US military just didn't want him telling anybody about what they did to him. He served 17 years in solitary confinement, and would have spent the rest of his life there if not for John F. Kennedy, who granted Isaiah a pardon as long as he swore to secrecy about his time during World War II. And by John F. Kennedy, I actually mean Isaiah's wife, who had written to President Eisenhower begging for the government to release him. But just because Isaiah Bradley swore to secrecy, this didn't stop the story of Isaiah Bradley from spreading in the black community. And because of this, Isaiah Bradley was visited by people like Muhammad Ali, Nelson Mandela, Malcolm X, Richard Pryor, and Angela Davis. In the present day, Isaiah doesn't really do all that much, because the super soldier serum the military had him injected with had a bit of an issue. After a few years, Isaiah's mind would slowly begin to deteriorate to the mind of a child. As for Isaiah's powers, during his time in the military, he had a lot of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, healing, stamina, speed, etc. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in the MCU. Falcon can talk to birds. If you mainly know Sam Wilson, aka Falcon, aka Captain America, from the MCU, then you probably don't know that this dude has a fairly unique ability, that being the fact that he can talk to birds. This power allows him to telepathically connect with birds, which allows him to control them, literally see through their eyes, get information from them, and give them orders. Although, when I say talk to birds, he doesn't, have conversations with them, he just influences them and telepathically connects with them. This isn't even just limited to birds, but also to bird-like beings, such as the villain Challenger, as he apparently had evolved from dinosaurs and birds. So you might think that this makes Sam a mutant, but he's actually not. So how did he get these powers? Well, it turns out he got these powers from Red Skull messing around with a cosmic cube. Side note, there were actually conversations during the development of Falcon and the Winter Soldier about giving Sam his comic bird-talking abilities. However, the writers scrapped this idea because they couldn't figure out a way to actually introduce it in the story. Captain America wears a symbiote. Many different Marvel heroes and villains have bonded with or wore a symbiote at some point, and Steve Rogers has done this 2 times. The first time this happened was in Spectacular Spider-Man Super Special, released in August of 1995. This was during the Planet of the Symbiotes storyline, in which an army of symbiotes invaded Earth. Captain America was in the story, but only briefly, in which he fell in battle to the symbiotes and was taken over by one of them. Unfortunately, when under the symbiote's control, he doesn't really actually do anything, and is eventually freed from the symbiote by Venom. The second time Captain America was taken over by a symbiote was during the King in Black event. In King in Black Issue 2, released in December of 2020, during Null's invasion of Earth, Steve fought bravely against the symbiotes, but was once again defeated by them and was taken over. But this time, the symbiote wasn't actually in control of Steve. It was actually Null, as he was in control of all of the symbiotes under his command. Eventually, he would be freed from Null and the symbiotes by Dylan Brock. There are other times that Captain America has been taken over by a symbiote, but these are in other continuities. I just wanted to focus on the 2 times he was taken over in the main Marvel universe. Steve Rogers pretends to be an old woman. In Captain America issue 2, released in February of 1941, Captain America and Bucky are watching over a rich dude named Henry Baldwin. They're doing this because Baldwin has recently announced to the world that he's gonna donate a ton of money to the British military. Keep in mind, this comic was literally made during World War II, and even before the United States joined the war. Anyways, Cap and Bucky feel like the Germans are gonna try and do something to prevent this. And they're right. Baldwin is captured, which forces the two heroes to go undercover to Europe in order to track his kidnappers. And how do they go undercover? Well, Steve and Bucky decide to dress up like an old woman and her grandson. The pair travel to France and seemingly find Baldwin. However, it seems that he's now a member of the Axis powers. They follow him to Britain, where they attempt to capture him, only they discover that this isn't actually Baldwin. Instead, he's a German spy pretending to be Baldwin, while the real Baldwin is about to be executed via cannon. So Cap and Bucky travel to Germany and rescue him. Very interesting to note that one of Captain America's earliest appearances was him in drag. Dum-Dum Dugan was going to almost kill Howard Stark. In the Agent Carter episode, Valediction, Howard Stark is put under a trance and sent off in a plane to unleash a chemical weapon known as the Midnight Oil. Peggy Carter tries to snap Howard out of his condition, but in case she fails, Jarvis has been given orders to kill Stark via shooting him out of the sky to make sure that the weapon isn't deployed. Luckily, Peggy is successful, and the day is saved. Originally, this episode was going to feature a cameo from Dum-Dum Dugan, where he would be the one given the orders to shoot down Stark, while Jarvis would be the one to talk Stark out of his trance. This would have happened if not for Dum-Dum Dugan's actor, Neil McDonough, being unavailable for filming. Patriot. First appearing in Young Avengers issue 1, released in February of 2005, Eli Bradley is the grandson of Isaiah Bradley and the nephew of Josiah X. More on him a bit later. He comes from a long line of American-themed super soldiers, so it's no wonder why he eventually became Patriot. So, what's his backstory? Well, he doesn't really have one, he just kind of becomes Patriot. I mentioned this in the Iron Man Iceberg, but the Young Avengers were formed when the Avengers were disbanded, and Iron Lad went around recruiting people that the Vision had believed would be good Avengers candidates. And due to Eli Bradley being the son and grandson of super soldiers, he was one of the people that Iron Lad recruited. Interestingly, Eli didn't join the Young Avengers with any powers. Yeah, it turns out he actually lied about having powers in order to join the team. In order to fake his abilities, during his time as a powerless Patriot, he took mutant growth hormones, which gave him superhuman abilities for a short while. When the rest of his team found out about this, Eli left the team out of shame, but would soon rejoin the team in order to save his friend, Hulkling. Though during this mission, he would be severely injured, which resulted in Isaiah Bradley giving him a blood transfusion, which finally gave Eli the powers he so badly wanted. Since then, Eli, going by the superhero name Patriot, has gone through quite a bit, like taking part in Civil War, going up against Doctor Doom, rescuing people during the Dark Avengers invasion of Asgard, and working together with Black Panther and the Wakandan military in order to battle the intergalactic empire of Wakanda. Although he did briefly retire, as according to him, he didn't want to fight for a country that didn't respect him. Though after hanging out with Black Panther, he realized that he didn't have to just fight for America, he could fight for other countries as well, so he came out of retirement. As for his powers, Patriot has most of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, speed, healing, and stamina. He also carries his own shield, modeled off of the original Captain America shield, and he also uses throwing stars. As for his appearances in other media, he's appeared in Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Contest of Champions, Marvel Superheroes What The, and the MCU. Rogers the Musical. In the first episode of Hawkeye, Never Meet Your Heroes, the in-universe musical Rogers the Musical was introduced. This is an in-universe musical set in the MCU that's about Steve Rogers' life. While originally just a joke in the episode, and later an after-credits scene in the finale, Rogers the Musical went on to be referenced a whole bunch in the MCU, like in She-Hulk, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, Spider-Man No Way Home, and Daredevil Born Again. The musical number was even done live at Disney's 2022 D23, and after that, for some reason, it was decided to make Rogers the Musical a kinda real thing. A 30-minute, one-act show of Rogers the Musical was shown off at Disney California Adventure from June to August of 2023. The musical follows Steve's time during World War II, all the way to the end of Avengers Endgame, and features multiple songs created for the show. All of these songs were recorded and released online. So while you can't see Rogers the Musical nowadays, you can at least hear it. William Burnside. First, kinda, appearing in Young Men issue 24, released in August of 1953. Before I talk about William Burnside's history, I gotta talk about his out-of-universe origin. The original run of Captain America comics ran from 1941 to 1949, and after that, his comics stopped being published and the character was retired. That was until 1953, in which Cap was brought back in the 1950s, where instead of fighting the Axis powers, he battled communists. However, this run of comics wasn't very successful, so he was once again put under ice in 1954. A decade later, in 1964, Stan Lee would bring the character back, but this grand return had some issues, because it was revealed here that after World War II, Steve was frozen in ice until the 1960s. So how could he be battling communists in the 1950s? Well, the answer was, he wasn't. These comics were considered non-canon until Captain America issue 153, released in June of 1972, in which it was retconned that the Captain America featured in those comics was actually a man named William Burnside. Now that that's out of the way, here's his brief history. Burnside was fascinated with Captain America throughout his early life, and so he spent most of his time researching him. One day, he stumbled upon the super soldier serum formula. So he recreated it and brought it to the US military and told them to let him become the next Captain America. He then went through a whole bunch of surgeries in order to make himself look and sound identical to Steve Rogers. Soon enough, he was all suited up and ready to be shipped off to the Korean War. And he would have, if not for the war literally ending right as he was ready. So the United States dumped him, and Burnside was out of a job. That was until he met a kid named Jack Monroe, who was another huge Captain America fan, and together they decided to take up the identities of Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes and begin fighting crime and communists, eventually even working with the US government. This all ended when it was discovered that the super soldier serum that Burnside and Monroe had injected themselves with was faulty, and the two began to lose their minds, as they believed that everyone around them was a communist. That, and it also made them extremely racist, so they just started attacking random people of color. The government would then have them placed in cryogenic stasis due to how dangerous they were. However, Burnside would eventually be freed, and he would try to take back the mantle of Captain America from Steve. He was eventually defeated by Steve and sent off to a mental institution. There, he would be brainwashed by the domestic terrorist and hate group, the National Force. They would turn him into the villain, the Great Director. After battling Captain America and Daredevil, Burnside attempted to Avengers Endgame himself. However, Burnside survived this attempt and was brainwashed yet again to kill Bucky Barnes, who was Captain America at the time. But Burnside was eventually freed of his brainwashing and began trying to adapt to the modern world. And that's where his story ends. Just kidding, he then came to the conclusion that the United States should be overthrown, and willingly joined the domestic terrorist group, the Watchdogs. He would then come face to face with Bucky Barnes, where he would be defeated and put into therapy in secret, as officially he was declared dead. And that's currently the end of his story. As for his powers, Burnside has most of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, reflexes, speed, healing, etc. As for his appearances in other media, he actually hasn't appeared in anything. Was Captain America racist in the 1940s? One of the most common jokes about Captain America is that because he's a white guy from the 1930s and 40s, there's a very good chance that he might have some bigoted beliefs, such as racism, sexism, etc. Now, these jokes are normally just jokes, and nobody takes them seriously. But was Steve Rogers in Earth 616 in any way racist before being frozen? Well, the answer is not really. Pretty much everybody who writes Captain America, whether it be in the comics, movies, games, shows, or whatever, portray Steve as the personification of the American dream, and was never racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, etc., unless it's some alternate continuity where he's meant to be the bad guy or whatever. However, the original comics were written in the 1940s, so occasionally in these older comics, Cap would say something a little bit problematic, but these lines aren't really considered canon anymore, so it's safe to say that Steve Rogers was never a bigot in current Marvel canon. Captain America: The End. Released in February of 2020 and written by Eric Larson, Captain America: The End is a one-shot that tells a story that's meant to be the hypothetical final Captain America story. The story takes place in a post-apocalyptic Earth, in the aftermath of Captain America's final battle with Red Skull. While Captain America kills him, Red Skull releases a mist into the air that becomes a virus that mutates people and makes them look like him. Not only that, but it also makes them crazy, bigoted, and cannibals. Captain America is one of the very few who haven't been infected. During a battle with some Red Skulls, he stumbles upon a group of survivors. Together, they travel the wasteland and discover a S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, which contains MODOK, who is revealed to be the leader of this Red Skull civilization. Cap battles and kills him, and then makes a very shocking discovery. It turns out the cure to the Red Skull's bioweapon is actually just Steve's blood. So Steve begins to cure people and creates a resistance group, eventually gathering enough soldiers so he didn't have to fight anymore. So while Cap is donating his blood, the Resistance rounds up Red Skulls and injects them with Steve's blood, curing them. And that's how the story ends. Nomad. Steve Rogers has abandoned the Captain America mantle a few times. The first time this happened was in Captain America issue 176, released in May of 1974. This story takes place in the aftermath of a very crazy reveal that I won't talk about for quite a while, because while it's well known, it's so insanely crazy that I think it deserves to be very low in the iceberg. All you need to know right now is that Steve recently discovered that various members of the United States government were actually members of a Hydra splinter group known as the Secret Empire, and when this was discovered, the US government simply swept it under the rug and pretended that it didn't happen. This pretty much shattered Steve's belief in the United States, and so he gave up the mantle of Captain America. Believing that he had no country to fight for, he took up the superhero title, Nomad, and continued to fight bad guys. As Nomad, he trained the next Captain America, a man named Roscoe Simmons. Together, Nomad, Falcon, and this new Captain America fought together for years and years. And by years, I mean like a few weeks at most, because only a handful of issues after his introduction, Roscoe was brutally killed by Red Skull. He did this as a message to let Steve know that if anyone else took up the mantle of Cap, they would get extremely brutal deaths. So in order to prevent more people from dying, Steve returned to being Captain America. But the name Nomad would continue. Remember William Burnside's sidekick, Jack Monroe? Well, unlike William, Jack was actually able to be reformed, and he took up the superhero name Nomad. Nomad would get a comic miniseries and an entire comic run about him, totaling in at 30 issues. Sadly, no piece of media has ever attempted to adapt Steve's time as Nomad. The closest adaptation we have is Steve's appearance in Avengers: Infinity War, which was meant to be a nod to this storyline. Captain America becomes the US president. In What If issue 26, released in January of 1981, probably one of the most well-known What If stories was told. What if Captain America had been elected president? The story is rather simple. While originally not wanting to run for president, Steve announces to the country that he's running for president under the new Populist Party ticket. He then announces Senator Andrew Jackson Hawk as his vice president. Side note, this guy's actually in the main Marvel timeline. He's just a really obscure character. Anyways, Steve wins the election against Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan, and reveals his identity to the world. He is then almost assassinated the moment he becomes president. He then actually captures the assassin before the Secret Service can. As the president, he orders for a giant solar collecting station that floats in orbit to be made. This station is quickly created and creates unlimited energy for the United States. And what does he do with this energy? Well, he creates solar-powered weapons, and he gives these weapons to rebels in the fictional country of San Pedro. After the rebels win the war, their leader, a man named Morez, invites Steve to San Pedro, to which Steve accepts. However, upon arriving there, it's revealed that Morez is actually Red Skull, and that he had tricked Steve into helping him. Turns out, Red Skull had actually killed the real Morez, and took his place. He then captures Steve and takes control of the orbital solar station. He then uses the station to fire giant solar beams at Washington, D.C., like he's controlling an XS-1 Vulcan. Cap then breaks out of his cell and changes the course of the solar beam to San Pedro, accidentally killing both Red Skull and himself. Steve's honored as a hero, and Andrew Jackson Hawk becomes the president. Hopefully he's a better President Andrew Jackson than the real President Andrew Jackson. This story inspired a scrapped What If episode that was later turned into an Easter egg in said show. It also served as an inspiration for Captain America becoming the president in the Ultimate Universe. Union Jack. First appearing in Invaders issue 7, released in April of 1976, James Falsworth was a man born into a very wealthy British family. In fact, they were actually nobles. He lived a pretty quiet and peaceful life until World War I began. James joined the British military and became the superhero known as Union Jack. While British soldiers fought on the front lines, Union Jack stayed behind in Britain and hunted down spies sent by the Central Powers. Although, that was only in the early days of his career, as he would later be sent onto the front lines with his fellow countrymen. During his time in World War I, he investigated the Hellfire Club, battled Helmut Zemo, who had traveled back in time, battled his younger brother, who had been turned into a vampire by Dracula and become a German spy called the Baron Blood, and fought against a Martian tripod invasion of Earth in London. Yes, a version of War of the Worlds happened in the main Marvel universe. During his time in World War I, Union Jack would work alongside other heroes like Sir Steel, Silver Squire, Iron Fist, Phantom Eagle, and the Crimson Cavalier as part of the superhero team Freedom's 5. James would retire from fighting after World War I, but would return to the mantle of Union Jack during World War II, and that's where he met Captain America. He worked alongside Cap as part of the superhero team known as the Invaders, which also consisted of members like Namor, Bucky Barnes, the original android Human Torch, and Toro. After the war, James would permanently retire from being Union Jack. That was until his brother Baron Blood returned and attempted to turn a whole bunch of people into vampires. By this point in time, Steve was back in action and worked alongside an elderly Union Jack to take down Baron Blood, and after Cap literally decapitates Baron Blood, James would pass away. As for James's powers, he didn't actually have any powers. He was just extremely skilled at fighting. He did use a whole bunch of weapons though, like swords, knives, pistols, and even rifles. The second Union Jack was a man named Brian Falsworth, James's son, first appearing in Invaders issue 18, released in April of 1977. Brian and his boyfriend Roger were British spies serving in World War II, although the pair would be found out. While Roger was sent off for experimentation, Brian was sent to a concentration camp. There he met Eric Schmidt, a friend of Dr. Erskine, the man who had created the super soldier serum. Luckily, Schmidt remembered enough about the formula to create a new super soldier serum. Upon creating the serum, he gave it to Brian, only to then die right afterwards. Brian then escaped the camp and became the hero, the Destroyer, though he would very quickly change that name and become the second Union Jack, after his father offered up the position. As Union Jack, Brian would face off against many different foes, including Thor, after the God of Thunder had been tricked by Mustache Man into helping the Axis powers. During this battle, Brian was somehow given the ability to fire electricity out of his body. Oh, and I almost forgot, Roger, his boyfriend, he took up the mantle of Dynamite, and later the Destroyer, after being given shrinking powers. Brian and Roger would continue their superhero careers after the war, although Brian would be killed in a car crash in 1953. As for his powers, Brian has most of your standard Captain America-like abilities, including superhuman strength, stamina, speed, and reflexes. He's also got the ability to fire lightning out of his body. He also used a whole bunch of weapons, such as knives and pistols. Finally, we have probably the most well-known Union Jack, Joseph Chapman. First appearing in Captain America issue 253, released in October of 1980, Joseph, or Joey, was the best friend of Kenneth Crichton, the grandson of the original Union Jack. Kenneth was originally supposed to take up the mantle of Union Jack after the death of his grandfather. However, he refused and said that Joey would be a much better choice. So it was decided that Joey would become the next Union Jack. Yeah, his origin is probably the least crazy out of all of the Union Jacks. As Union Jack, he traveled in search of the Holy Grail, battled Spider-Man, joined a new version of the Invaders, worked alongside Captain America in hunting down Hydra agents in London, battled Skrulls during their secret invasion, and battled a whole bunch of vampires, including his former best friend, Kenneth, who had been turned into a vampire and was now the new Baron Blood. As for Joey's powers, he doesn't actually seem to have any powers, outside of some vague enhanced senses that allow him to sense beings who work for the ancient monster, the Red Lord. He's mostly just a dude who's really skilled at fighting. His suit is actually bulletproof, and he uses various weapons, like pistols and knives. As for Union Jack's appearances in media, James's Union Jack has appeared in LEGO Marvel Superheroes, LEGO Marvel's Avengers, Marvel Avengers Alliance, Captain America Super Soldier, and the MCU, although he doesn't actually become Union Jack in the MCU, he just appears as James Falsworth. As for Brian's Union Jack, he's only ever appeared in Marvel Avengers Academy, and as for Joey's Union Jack, he's only ever appeared in Marvel Superheroes What The?
We'll be right back to Marvel's Avengers Ultron Revolution on Disney XD.
Anyone can be a hero with a new Captain America Cherry Colada from Dunkin'. Get yours for a limited time only.
And now back to Marvel's Avengers Ultron Revolution on Disney XD.
Battlestar name change. I briefly mentioned how Lamar Hoskins, U.S. Agent's sidekick, changed his hero name from Bucky to Battlestar. However, I didn't mention the reason behind this change. Well, it turns out that Buck is actually a racial slur towards black people. Marvel author Mark Grunwald, who was writing the Captain America comics at this time, didn't actually know about this. However, he would eventually be told by Dwayne McDuffie the meaning behind Buck. Grunwald was shocked by this revelation and worked with his friend to figure out what to do next. And the result was renaming Lamar's hero name to Battlestar. This was actually shown in the comics, as Lamar didn't actually know about the slur, but upon learning about it, he changed his name to Battlestar. Original casting. Just like every other film and show ever made, some actors just don't make the cut when they audition for roles in Captain America films. That, or they declined a role offered to them. Here's a list of some actors who either auditioned for roles, were offered roles, or were considered for roles, but for whatever reason, didn't end up getting the parts. Although, I have mentioned a few original castings in other videos, so I won't be going over these ones again. For Steve Rogers in the 1990 film, Val Kilmer, Howie Long, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Dolph Lundgren were considered for the role. For Steve Rogers in the MCU, John Krasinski, Zachary Levi, Scott Porter, Johnny Pasar, Wyatt Russell, Glenn Powell, Mike Vogel, Chase Crawford, and Chad Michael Murray were considered for the role. For Sharon Carter, Felicity Jones, Allison Brie, Emilia Clarke, Mary Elizabeth Winston, Elizabeth Olsen, and Anna Kendrick were considered for the role. For Peggy Carter, Emily Blunt, Alice Eve, Gemma Arterton, Keira Knightley, and Rosamund Pike were considered for the role. For Bucky Barnes, Stephen Ford was considered for the role. For Sam Wilson, Michael B. Jordan was considered for the role. For Alexander Pierce, Alec Baldwin was considered for the role. For Crossbones, Kevin Durand, Josh Holloway, and Nikolai Coster-Waldau were considered for the role. And finally, as for Senator Brandt, a character you do not remember, Jeff Goldblum was considered for the role. Batroc the Leaper. First appearing in Tales of Suspense issue 75, released in December of 1965, Georges Batroc is probably the most well-known weird Captain America villain. A former member of the French Foreign Legion, Batroc became a mercenary very early in his life, and made quite the name for himself, mainly because of his very unique style of fighting. Batroc practices a variation of the real-life martial art, savate. Normally, this wouldn't be anything that crazy, but Batroc has trained his body to be stronger than any normal person. For example, he's extremely strong and can kick any small object and send them flying at the speed of a bullet. But that's not exactly what he's known for. He got the name Batroc the Leaper because he's able to jump 10 feet. Keep in mind, he has no superpowers, he just did this through extreme training. Anyways, with these skills, he quickly came into conflict with Captain America and became a recurring foe. Eventually, Batroc would create his own group of villains called Batroc's Brigade in order to take on tougher jobs. This was only one of the many groups he would join over the years. Others include the Lethal Legion, the Thunderbolts, and an evil version of the Defenders, created in order to trick people into thinking that the Defenders were villains. Despite having a ton of appearances, Batroc hasn't really done anything that remarkable. He's just kind of there in stories to serve as cannon fodder. The only other notable things about him are that he has a daughter who became another Batroc the Leaper, only to die in her first appearance. He once participated in an invasion of Wakanda and became friends with Gwenpool after she took over MODOK's organization, also called MODOK. Overall, he's just kind of a glorified henchman who jumps really well. As for his powers, as I've already mentioned, he doesn't have any, but he is a lot stronger than a normal person. Because of this, he can turn small objects into deadly weapons, jump 10 feet, and can even dodge bullets. He'll also occasionally use weapons, such as whip canes. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in the Superhero Squad, the Marvel Superheroes, Ultimate Spider-Man, Marvel Heroes, and the MCU. Falcon and the Winter Soldier Season 2. The show Falcon and the Winter Soldier was announced and promoted as a mini-series, or limited series, as I guess they're called nowadays, meaning that the show was only going to last a handful of episodes and be one season long. However, when it came time for the show to be released on physical media, the Steelbook art listed the show as the first season, while other Disney Plus limited series, such as Obi-Wan Kenobi, had the complete series on their covers. This has led to many fans to speculate that a sequel series or second season of Falcon and the Winter Soldier might be in the cards. So, is there any more evidence for this? Not really. There are quote-unquote leaks about it, but there's leaks about a million different Marvel projects that obviously aren't going to happen, so I don't think that's good evidence. The only other piece of evidence that I was able to find is a quote from Anthony Mackie in an interview in March of 2024, where he states that he was disappointed that a second season didn't happen, saying things like, quote, "When they decided to go back to the movies," and "I was actually excited to do a second season." This seems to imply that at one point in time, a second season was being planned, although at the same time, Anthony Mackie said before the release of the show that there weren't any discussions about a second season, and literally the same day as the final episode's release, it was announced that Captain America 4 was happening. So, is there going to be a second season? Was there supposed to be a second season, but it got cancelled? As of right now, we don't really have an answer. Cancelled 90s animated series. In the mid-1990s, Saban Entertainment was working with Marvel to produce a few superhero cartoons, like The Silver Surfer and X-Men the Animated Series, and during this partnership, plans were put in place for a Captain America cartoon. Unfortunately, we don't know much about the show's development. All we know is a few plot details about the show and the reason as to why it was cancelled. As for plot details, the show would have taken place in Europe during World War II, and been about Captain America and Bucky Barnes battling Red Skull. An episode that we know was being written by Steve Englehart was going to be about Red Skull taking Stonehenge apart and rebuilding it to look like a swastika. Although, this episode idea had to be reworked into Red Skull finding the Stone of Scone and crowning himself King of England instead, because Englehart was told that swastikas weren't going to be allowed in the show. Also, Captain America's name was going to be Tommy Tompkins, with Steve Rogers just being a code name given to him by the military. And that's it. That's all the info we have about the show's story. As to why the show was cancelled, it was cancelled because Marvel was going through some pretty bad financial problems at the time, and so they just couldn't afford to make the cartoon. While it was cancelled, a minute-long demo reel for the show was created, so we can at least see what the show may have looked like if it was created. American Dream. First appearing in A-Next Issue 1, released in August of 1998, Shannon Carter grew up loving Captain America, and because of that, got super in shape, because she wanted to be a superhero just like him. Part of this love for Captain America probably came from her being the niece of Sharon and Peggy Carter. Should also mention here that she's from Earth 982, so she's not in the main Marvel universe. Anyways, Peggy Carter was actually more than just an aunt to Shannon, as her parents were killed in a car crash, so Shannon was pretty much raised by Peggy. Anyways, because she's related to Sharon and Peggy, she got a job as a tour guide for Avengers Mansion. Although, the mansion wasn't actually in use, as the Avengers were disbanded at this time, so it was basically just a museum. Though it wouldn't stay like that for long, as eventually a new team of Avengers would arrive to fight bad guys and stuff. Though there weren't too many members of this new Avengers team, so Shannon decided that this was her big break, and tried out for the team with her homemade Captain America costume. She would make the team and take up the superhero name American Dream instead of Captain America, due to her journey basically being the American dream, working really hard to get your dream. Anyways, she would go on a bunch of missions with the Avengers over the years, and eventually even became the leader of the team. She would also get to meet Captain America, who gave her his shield, believing that she had earned her place as the new Captain America. There was also a point in time in which she actually stepped away from being American Dream and took up the name Nomad, thus proving that she is the ultimate Captain America stan. As for her powers, American Dream doesn't actually have any powers. She's just really skilled at fighting and really strong. She also uses Captain America's shield and small discs that she can throw at people. As for her appearances in media, she's appeared in Superhero Squad Online and Marvel Heroes. Scrapped Captain Hydra What If episode. There was another scrapped What If episode that involved Captain America. According to series writer A.C. Bradley, she had written an episode that told the story of what if Steve fell off the train in First Avenger instead of Bucky. The story would have jumped a few years later, with Steve now becoming this universe's Winter Soldier. In fact, he's even more brutal than the Winter Soldier, and because of his power, he would become the leader of Hydra. The episode would end with Peggy Carter, Howard Stark, and Bucky Barnes having to team up with Red Skull in order to defeat him. Red Skull would want revenge on Steve Rogers for stealing his job. This was actually the very first episode pitched for What If, and was what got A.C. Bradley the job of head writer. As to why this episode was rejected, we currently have no idea, although elements of it seem to have been worked into the episode What If Captain Carter Fought the Hydra Stomper? Cyclops becomes Captain America. In the first of many different heroes becoming Captain America that I'm gonna mention in this video, in Ultimate X-Men Fantastic Four Annual, released in September 2008, we're introduced to Earth 81122. This is an alternate future to the Ultimate Marvel Universe, Earth 1610. This universe splits off from the Ultimate timeline during the Ultimatum storyline. In this universe, Johnny Storm is killed during the Ultimatum wave. This causes Sue Storm and Reed Richards to try and cure people of their powers. Reed creates a depowering machine called the Promise. Not exactly liking this depowering machine, the X-Men and the Ultimates, this universe's Avengers, confronted Reed and Sue. During this confrontation, the machine would activate and depower Reed, Sue, Ben, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and Captain America. Everybody was fine after losing their powers, except for Steve, who rapidly aged and died in front of everyone. After this, Sue would want to go even further with the whole getting rid of superpowers thing, and would trap Reed in an alternate universe. She then creates a new Fantastic Four and leads an army of Sentinels that look exactly like Wolverine in order to kill or capture everybody who has powers. One of the many that were killed was Jean Grey, which led to the now powerless Scott to take up the mantle of Captain America and lead the X-Men against Sue's forces. Scott would eventually lead a team of X-Men into the past, actually Earth 1610, in order to kill Reed Richards before he could create the Promise. Scott's team fails to do so, and are attacked by Wolverine Sentinels that were sent back in time after them, and sadly, Scott is killed during this battle. The Red Bra. Captain America Red, White, and Blue, released in September of 2002, is an anthology one-shot comic released to celebrate Captain America. Being an anthology, the comic is filled with various stories, some serious, while others more comedic. One of these stories is called Red Raid, and serves as a parody of Captain America's brief run in the 1950s, where he battled communists. In the story, Steve is shrunken down into a man's brain in order to kill a tumor located in the man's brainstem. Upon finding the tumor, it turns out it's actually not a tumor, but instead a bomb, and the person who placed the bomb is still inside the man's brainstem. The Soviet supervillain, the Red Bra. The two do battle inside of the man's brainstem, and Red Bra is about to defeat Captain America when suddenly Black Mamba shows up to help Cap, and uses her powers to trick Red Bra into thinking that the man she loves is with them. this man being Joseph Stalin, at least at first, as he slowly morphs into Steve Rogers. Red Bra then reveals herself to actually be Sharon Carter, who is apparently one of Cap's many different girlfriends. Sharon goes to kiss the illusion Steve, which kills her. Steve's pretty upset by this, but gets over it and defuses the bomb. The two then leave the man's brainstem, and Black Mamba bails. It's then Captain America learns that the man that he just saved was actually a comic book artist who's writing comics with communist messages. This makes Steve really mad, and the story ends. As for Red Bra's abilities, she seemingly has no superpowers, but is a very skilled fighter who uses small sickles in combat. Her costume is also made out of Stalinian, enriched with psionic energy, whatever that means. The Captain. The second notable time that Steve abandoned the Captain America title was in Captain America issue 332, released in May of 1987. The Commission on Superhuman Activities confronts Steve and tells him that because he's a product of an American experiment, he has to work for the federal government as Captain America. Steve's not exactly thrilled about becoming a superhero employed by the United States of America, and a day later, he rejects the offer and drops the title of Captain America. This is actually where John Walker comes into play and becomes Captain America for a bit. While John Walker's doing his thing, Steve is off trying to enjoy life, but is confronted by his friends, who convince him to get back into the game of fighting crime. And unlike his time as Nomad, Steve's time as the Captain was actually pretty long, lasting almost 2 years in the real world. He even led the Avengers for a bit as the Captain. Eventually, Steve's time as the Captain came to an end when he found out that Red Skull was manipulating the Commission on Superhuman Activities. So after a fight with Walker, the two teamed up and defeated Red Skull, and more importantly, freed the Commission on Superhuman Activities from corruption. That did not last long. In the aftermath of this, Walker quit being Captain America, and Steve took back the mantle. And when John became U.S. agent, he actually used Steve's The Captain costume. Because of this, this costume is far more associated with John than it is Steve. This storyline has never been adapted in media, though while fans like to refer to Steve's appearance in Infinity War as Nomad, honestly, his appearance in that film feels more like a nod to the Captain than it does Nomad. 1979 films. In 1979, 2 different live-action Captain America films were released. Directed by Rod Holcomb and starring Reb Brown, Captain America 1979 is a made-for-TV film that tells the story of Steve Rogers becoming Captain America, only not in the way you would expect. There's pretty much nothing related to World War II, Hydra, or Red Skull. Instead, Steve Rogers is a former Marine turned artist, whose father did fight in World War II and was nicknamed Captain America. Yes, Steve Rogers is the son of Captain America in this film. After his father is assassinated, somebody tries to kill Steve, but he's saved by being given a serum called the Flag Formula, which stands for Full Latent Ability Gain. Turns out, Steve's daddy created the serum using his own blood. And as you would expect, this formula gives Steve superhuman abilities. So Steve takes up the mantle of Captain America and begins battling crime. He also finds and defeats Lou Brackett, the man who ordered for Steve and his dad to be killed. Then, in the sequel, Captain America 2, Death Too Soon, directed by Ivan Nagy, Captain America battles the terrorist General Miguel, who has a scientist create a drug that accelerates aging. He wants this so he can use it to hold Portland, Oregon hostage. But Captain America ends up defeating him, and Miguel accidentally gets some of the drug splashed on him, causing him to age rapidly and die. These films received mixed reviews from people due to poor writing, a weird characterization of Captain America, cheap-looking costumes and effects, and mediocre acting. A lot of people just considered these films as poor imitations of the 1970s Wonder Woman series, a series that very clearly inspired these films, as these films were meant to set up a live-action Captain America series for CBS, but this never ended up happening. While extremely dated and cheesy, there are some neat things about these films. For example, General Miguel is played by Christopher Lee. Yes, Dracula, Count Dooku, Saruman, and Scaramanga Christopher Lee. These films also introduced the idea of Steve being a really good artist, which was something the comics adopted soon after. Snap Wilson. In Captain America issue 186, released in March of 1975, during a fight with Red Skull, it was revealed that Red Skull had messed around with a cosmic cube in order to rewrite history and give Captain America a sidekick, only for that sidekick to then betray him, and this involved Red Skull changing Falcon's origins from being a social worker to a gang member nicknamed Snap. While it seemed like this was just Red Skull messing with Captain America's mind, it would be revealed in future issues that he wasn't. Sam was actually now a former gang member who started out as a social worker, but after dealing with too much trauma, he just, well, snapped. Basically, Snap was kind of like a split personality of sorts. This is one of the most controversial retcons in all of Marvel Comics. One that would eventually be retconned away in all-new Captain America issue 3, released in January of 2015, where it was revealed that Snap Wilson was actually a set of false memories placed in Sam's mind. So now, Snap Wilson no longer exists, and didn't exist. Cap's energy shield. While Captain America is known for his vibranium shield, he's actually used multiple shields throughout his career. His most unique shield is probably his energy shield. In Captain America issue 451, released in March of 1996, Steve is once again not on friendly terms with the United States government, and is stripped of his shield and title of Captain America. Instead of creating a brand new superhero identity, this time he just goes under a fake name, Nathan Hale. But because he doesn't have his shield, during this short period of time, Steve used a plasma-based energy shield given to him by Sharon Carter, although he would get rid of the shield once he got his old one back. This wouldn't be the only time that Captain America would use an energy shield. In Captain America issue 9, released in July of 1998, Steve is given a brand new shield by Sharon Carter. During this time, Steve's iconic vibranium shield was destroyed, and his replacement shield, his old-school triangle-shaped shield, was severely damaged. so he needed a new shield. This shield is the result of a photon accelerator that creates a short-range force field that simulates a vibranium matrix. Basically, it's his old shield, but with some crazy enhancements, like the ability to morph from a shield to a sword or bow staff. It can even create a force field around whoever uses it. Steve would use this energy shield for a little while until he got his old vibranium shield back. In the 31st century, it would be used by a servant of Korvac named Yaramel, aka Primax. Korvac was fighting Steve in a time loop after Steve time-traveled to the future, and because of this time loop, Primax eventually realized how evil Korvac truly was, and turned against him, ending the time loop and becoming the Captain America of the 31st century, wielding the energy shield. Although, technically, this isn't truly the future, it's Earth 69979, because any future shown in Marvel Comics are said to just be alternate realities that could come to be in the 616 universe. Anyways, the last time the energy shield showed up, to my knowledge, is in New Avengers issue 61, released in January of 2010. Steve briefly uses it to fight off a mind-controlled Bucky after the Hood and his crew attack an Avengers safe house. Dr. Mind Bubble. First appearing in Captain America issue 15, released in January of 2014, Horace Littleton, aka Dr. Mind Bubble, was originally part of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the 1960s. He was part of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weapons program and created a drug that was a mix between LSD and the super soldier serum. He was extremely proud of this creation, but it still needed more testing. And after his test subjects kept dying, and S.H.I.E.L.D. pulled their funding for his project, he became desperate to perfect it. Out of desperation, he injected himself with a version of the formula, which resulted in him getting superhuman strength and a very unique kind of psychic power. He gained the ability of dream bubbles. He could create these dream bubbles and use them to trap a person's mind in a fake reality where they lived out their wildest dreams. He could then mind control his victims as long as their minds were trapped in the fake reality. These bubbles were sent out of his head via a tube that was sticking out of his skull, created by Littleton. Angered by his defunding, Horace attempted to take down S.H.I.E.L.D. with his mind bubbles, but failed and was locked away in a prison for over 50 years. He was eventually freed from prison by the villain Iron Nail, and the two worked together to try and steal Gungnir, a kaiju-sized robot that could transform into a helicarrier. They wanted to do this so they could use it to destroy a random country in order to frame the United States for its destruction. This led to him coming face to face with Captain America, and while he was able to trap Steve in a fake reality, Steve was able to escape and defeated Dr. Mind Bubble by bending his bubble tube. This caused all of his mind bubbles to be trapped inside of his head, causing him to lose his mind and Avengers Endgame himself almost immediately. As for his powers, well, I've already explained them. He's got superhuman strength and mind bubbles. Steve worked at Marvel. In Captain America issue 310, released in July of 1985, After seeing some kids reading some Avengers comics, Steve decides to use his artistic abilities to work for Marvel Comics as a job outside of his work as Captain America. So he spends some time practicing drawing comics and hands in his portfolio. He then goes to Marvel Comics and has an interview with real-life former Marvel editor and writer Mike Carlin. And Mike really likes Steve's work, so he offers him the job of drawing Captain America comics. Steve, of course, accepts the offer, and for quite a while, this was Steve's side gig. That was, until it was mentioned in Captain America issue 336, released in September of 1987, that he quit Marvel Comics after abandoning the mantle of Captain America to John Walker. Punisher becomes Captain America. So because Frank Castle, aka the Punisher, loves Captain America so much, it's no surprise that he's taken up the mantle of Captain America before. In fact, he's done so in 3 different continuities. The first time was in What If issue 51, released in May of 1993. After a battle with Red Skull, Steve is nearly killed and states that somebody should take up the mantle of Captain America since he can no longer fight. So the US government starts to look for a replacement and eventually settles on Frank Castle. Although, when he's asked to take up the shield, Frank refuses and says that after all the time he spent fighting in Vietnam, he just wants to go home and spend time with his family. Which, well, it's the Punisher. His family doesn't last very long. After his family is killed, Frank finally agrees to become Captain America, and the rest of the Avengers aren't super happy with Frank and think he's way too violent. This leads to Frank abandoning the title of Captain America and becoming the Punisher. This comes to an end when Steve Rogers, wearing the Captain America uniform, confronts him and tells Frank that he has to become Captain America. Frank's just like, well, why don't you just be Captain America? You're wearing the costume. And Steve's like, because Captain America has to be a living person. I'm a cyborg. Yup, in order to continue fighting, Steve became a cyborg, and for some reason feels like he can't be Captain America. So Frank returns to being Captain America, while Steve becomes the captain, and the story ends. The second time Frank became Captain America was actually in the main Marvel universe. In Punisher War Journal issue 7, released in May of 2007, in the aftermath of Civil War, Punisher decides to take up the mantle of Captain America. His time as Captain America wasn't very long, as he really only went on a single mission. He traveled to the US-Mexico border, where he fought a version of the villain Hatemonger, who was leading a group of right-wing Christian fascists. He was also, coincidentally, trying to look like a version of Captain America. After killing Hatemonger, Frank was then confronted by Bucky Barnes, and convinced him to stop calling himself Captain America. The final time Frank took up the mantle of Captain America was in What If Age of Ultron issue 4, released in April of 2014. In this universe, Steve died while frozen in ice after World War II, so there was no modern-day Captain America. As for Frank, after spending years of fighting crime as the Punisher, Frank was captured by Iron Man and brought before the Illuminati, not to arrest him, but instead to convince him to become Captain America, as they believed he was the best candidate for a modern-day Captain America. Frank agreed, and was given a version of the super soldier serum created by Reed Richards. Frank would fight villains as Captain America for years, until the Avengers began mass-producing Reed's super soldier serum. They did this in order to create a Captain America for each state in the United States. This program was called the Captain AmeriCorps Initiative, and this caused Frank to retire from being Captain America, and that's pretty much how the story ends. Captain America and Red Skull battle when they're like 80 years old. In Captain America issue 296, released in May of 1984, Captain America is in the middle of a battle against the villain group, the Sisters of Sin. Shortly before this fight, Steve's friend Nomad was brainwashed by the Sisters of Sin into poisoning Steve's food with a drug that ages him until he's in his, 80s or 90s. This drug was a modified version of a chemical that Red Skull had used to prevent him from aging while he was in suspended animation after World War II, but it turns out the chemicals used to keep him from aging had some issues, and Red Skull was now aging to match his actual age, making him 80 or 90 years old. And because he's a little bit crazy, Red Skull ordered for the Sisters of Sin to poison Steve so that they can both be elderly and battle to the death. After becoming old during the fight with the Sisters of Sin, Steve is actually surprisingly able to fight pretty well, but he's eventually captured and comes face to face with Red Skull, who injects both of them with a poison that'll kill them in just a few hours. So Captain America and Red Skull battle to the death as geezers, with Steve coming out on top and Red Skull dying. And shortly afterwards, Steve's age is restored thanks to the help of the Avengers. Castaway in Dimension Z. In Captain America issue 1, released in November of 2012, Captain America is captured by Zola and is transported to the reality known as Dimension Z. Here, Zola is the king, and has filled this reality with monsters and mutants created by him. He brought Steve here in order to do various experiments on him, such as trying to transfer the super soldier serum into his mutant soldiers, and his infant son. No, Zola didn't bang anyone. The baby is a test tube baby. Anyways, Cap's not about to become some science experiment again, and breaks free from captivity and escapes. He also takes Zola's son with him, not wanting Zola to experiment on him, and so began Steve's time in Dimension Z. But before Steve could escape, Zola implanted a virus in Steve. This virus slowly tries to take control over Steve and turn him into Zola's newest host body. While hiding this fact from people, Steve spends the next 12 years living in this Zola-created hellscape alongside Zola's kid, named Ian. And because of this, he practically raises Ian, and Ian views Steve as his father. The two often battle Zola's mutant army and his other test tube baby, Jet Black, aka Princess Zola. During one of their many battles with Zola's forces, Ian is captured and brainwashed by Zola into serving him. And by this point in time, Zola's virus has gotten to the point where his face has literally formed in Steve's chest. Out of rage, Steve literally rips open his chest and removes Zola from him. He then travels to Zola's base and is able to break Ian free of this brainwashing. But before Ian could really do anything after being freed, he was shot through the neck by Sharon Carter, who had arrived in Dimension Z in order to rescue Steve. She thought that Ian was trying to kill Steve, so that's why she shot a literal child. Luckily, Ian's dying body fell into a tank filled with whatever chemicals and other weird material that was used to create him. This healed him, and in order to make up for the fact that she shot a literal child in the throat, Sharon decides to raise Ian while Steve leaves for Earth 616, after basically killing Zola. And due to the fact that time in Dimension Z is much faster compared to the main Marvel Universe, only 30 minutes in Earth 616 had passed since Steve was captured. Now you might be wondering why Steve would leave Ian and Sharon in Dimension Z. Well, he only does this because he doesn't actually know that Ian survived, and he was under the impression that Sharon was dead, because she had attempted to sacrifice her life to destroy Zola's battle station. And as you could expect, Steve wasn't exactly in the best mood when he arrived back in his home reality. But back in Dimension Z, Ian would grow up and take up the name Nomad. While this story has never been adapted in other media, Captain America and various other heroes battle Zola in Dimension Z in the series Avengers Assemble. The other Electro. While you may know Electro as a Spider-Man villain, Max Dillon is actually not the first Electro in Marvel Comics. The first Electro to appear in comics first appeared in Captain America issue 78, released in May of 1954, 9 years before Spidey's Electro debuted. And yes, because this is an issue from the 1950s, Steve Rogers isn't actually the Captain America that fights Electro, but instead, it's William Burnside. Ivan Kroniv's backstory is very simple. He was an agent of the Soviet Union that was chosen to be experimented on in order to create a Soviet super soldier that could kill Captain America. Instead of becoming a Red Guardian type super soldier, Ivan was given electricity powers. So the Soviet Union sent him over to New York City to attack Captain America during a parade. During his fight with Burnside, he was able to defeat Jack Monroe and hold him hostage. But Burnside was able to quickly free his sidekick and kill Ivan. And yes, they were fighting on a giant typewriter. A giant model of one, but a giant typewriter nonetheless. Ivan would come back to life in Captain America Annual 13, released in March of 1994, 40 years after his last appearance. He was revived by his ally Red Skull. No, not the actual Red Skull. This was Albert Malik, who is a Soviet Red Skull, also dating back to the Captain America comics from the 1950s. Anyways, Malik and Electro attacked the United Nations in search of German Mustache Man's strongbox, as they believed it held secrets related to a German superweapon. Turns out, though, that the strongbox they were after was a fake, and Electro was killed during a fight with Burnside and Monroe. Oh, I probably should have clarified. While this issue was released 40 years after his first appearance, the parts of the story that deal with Electro are flashbacks that take place only a few days after the events of Captain America issue 78. So it was still Burnside and Monroe who fought him. As for Electro's powers, his entire body is basically an electrical generator that allows him to shoot out electricity whenever. But there's two different flaws with his powers. He can only use his powers for about a day before having to recharge. Oh, and electricity also kills him. Yes, if another source of electricity hits him, it basically one-shots him. Streets of Poison. Streets of Poison is a storyline that ran from Captain America issue 372, released in May of 1990, to Captain America issue 378, released in August of the same year. The story deals with Captain America and allies dealing with various foes like Red Skull, Bullseye, Kingpin, Crossbones, and Typhoid Mary, while the villains take part in a gang war over drugs in New York City. But the story is mostly known for what happens to Captain America. Early in the story, Cap is caught in an explosion at a meth manufacturing plant. Well, I say meth, but it's actually not called that in the comic. It's called ice, but it's basically the same. Anyways, the explosion causes Cap to accidentally ingest some of ice into his body, resulting in him becoming high. And he absolutely loves it. His allies are a bit suspicious of him being high, so Cap goes alone to solve this drug war. This eventually leads him into breaking into Kingpin's penthouse and crashing his dinner party. After eating some spaghetti, Cap is confronted by Daredevil about his newfound addiction, but Steve's not hearing any of it and beats Daredevil unconscious. Eventually, Cap is tracked down by his allies, beaten up, and cured of his addiction. So yeah, Captain America was once addicted to meth. Side note, this storyline also features Red Skull trying to make an alliance with Kingpin, but Kingpin refuses to work with a World War II German, so Red Skull challenges him to a fight, and whoever loses has to leave New York City forever. So Kingpin and Red Skull strip down to their underwear and fight in Yankee Stadium. Kingpin wins the fight, and I guess Red Skull's a man of his word because he bounces. Red Onslaught. First appearing in Uncanny Avengers issue 1, released in October of 2012, this guy is a clone of Red Skull that was created in 1942 and locked away in a clone storage for decades. And upon his awakening, he got to work doing some extremely evil stuff. One of the first things he did was create an anti-X-Men team called the S-Men, whose goal was simply to wipe out all the mutants. And in order to gain the power to take out the world's mutants, he tracks down Charles Xavier's corpse, steals his brain, and surgically attaches a portion of the brain to his own brain. This gave him an immense amount of power, and he used this power to force people into becoming violent. He also used his powers to influence Tony Stark to get him to build a version of the Sentinels that were perfectly built to battle the Avengers. But his ultimate goal was to turn the mutant safe haven of Genosha into a concentration camp, and he was actually successful in this plan. This made Magneto lose his mind and beat the clone to death with his own hands. But he probably shouldn't have done this, because upon the clone's death, a version of the villain Onslaught was unleashed. For more on him, go check out the X-Men Iceberg. Anyways, because Onslaught is a creation of Magneto and Xavier's minds, and Xavier's brain was attached to Red Skull, this version of Onslaught was basically just the clone of Red Skull with the powers of Onslaught. Calling himself Red Onslaught, he used his powers to start a, quote, World War Hate, and forced people across the world to go crazy with rage and hatred. Backed up by his anti-Avengers Sentinels, Red Onslaught was practically unbeatable. That was until Dr. Doom and Scarlet Witch used a spell to revive Charles Xavier's consciousness for just a moment. This knocked Red Onslaught unconscious, and he reverted back to Red Skull, effectively killing Red Onslaught. As for his powers, Red Onslaught had an insane lineup of powers, like mind control, the ability to create illusions, superhuman strength, the ability to overload somebody's mind with information, the ability to grow to the size of a kaiju, the ability to create tentacles, the ability to fire optic beams, and the ability to control machines with his mind. As for his appearances in media, Red Onslaught has only ever appeared in the video game Marvel Heroes. Jeffrey Mace. First appearing in Human Torch issue 4, released in March of 1941, Jeffrey Mace was a reporter for the Daily Bugle in the 1940s. One day, during his early days with the Daily Bugle, he would help Captain America battle some German spies, and Cap would call Jeff a patriot. This inspired Jeff to become a superhero called Patriot, and he would battle German spies and scientists all across North America. He would even battle a giant crab machine created by Imperial Japan. When America entered World War II, Jeff would be recruited into the superhero team, the Liberty Legion, by Bucky Barnes, in order to save Captain America and the other members of the Invaders, who had been captured and brainwashed by Red Skull. This led to Patriot battling in countries outside of North America, such as India and New Guinea. This is where things get weird for Patriots, as in the real world, he would quickly fade into obscurity after the 1940s, as while he did have a few adventures post-World War II, he wasn't a character that many writers really wanted to use, and in Captain America issue 285, released in May of 1983, a now-retired Jeff would pass away due to cancer. Now, you're probably thinking, well, how is that weird? Well, remember when I said earlier that it was retconned that Steve Rogers had been frozen in ice in 1945, and that William Burnside had been retconned into being Captain America during Cap's brief run in the 1950s? Well, something similar happened here, as Captain America comics continued to be published after World War II, up until 1949. So because of this Captain America couldn't be Steve Rogers or William Burnside. So it was retconned that Captain America, in most of these post-war stories, was actually Jeffrey Mace. As Captain America, Jeff would become the leader of the All-Winners Squad and battled various villains like Red Guardian, the Howling Mummy, and aliens such as the Jovians. As for Jeffrey Mace's powers, he actually didn't have any. He was just a really skilled fighter. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in the MCU.
We'll be right back to Marvel's Avengers, Ultron Revolution on Disney XD.
There's new action in the universe from Marvel superheroes.
Spider-Man! Dr. Octopus! I'll bend Dr. Octopus in half, Captain America. No time, Hawk. My shield will cut him down to size.
Meet your doom, Surfer.
Not so fast, Doom.
Marvel superheroes are each sold separately.
And now back to Marvel's Avengers Ultron Revolution on Disney XD.
Bucky was going to be Steve's successor in the MCU. During a watch party for Avengers Endgame held in April of 2020, Christopher Marcus, one of Endgame's writers, revealed that at one point in the film's development, Bucky was actually going to be Steve's successor and become Captain America, though this idea was quickly replaced with Sam being Steve's successor, with Marcus stating, quote, "Captain America is about the idealism, what we could be if we were better. Sam is that. Bucky is something else entirely." Not much else to say, other than Bucky was originally going to be Captain America in the MCU at one point. Revolutionary War Steve Rogers. First appearing in Captain America's Bicentennial Battles, released in June of 1976, Steve Rogers is the original Captain America. No, not that Steve Rogers. Yeah, for some reason, it was decided that one of Steve Rogers' ancestors was also named Steve Rogers, and was a captain in the United States military during the Revolutionary War, where he was known as Captain America. Steven, or more commonly known as Steve, infiltrated a party in order to locate a traitor who was giving information to the British Army. And in order to infiltrate this party, he stole a costume meant to make fun of the United States, a costume referred to as Captain Yankee Doodle. He wore this costume for the rest of his mission and eventually found the traitor. After the mission, Steve decided that he would continue to wear the costume in order to turn this parody of American independence into a symbol to fight against tyranny. He would wear this costume until he was killed by a cannonball in one of the very last battles of the war. As for his powers, he didn't actually have any. He was just a really skilled fighter and wasn't afraid of using guns. He also wielded a shield made out of steel. 1944 serial. Released in February of 1944 and directed by Elmer Clifton and John English, Captain America is a 1944 15-part serial that, as the name suggests, is the first ever adaptation of Captain America. However, it is not the first adaptation of Steve Rogers. Instead, Captain America in the serial is a man named Grant Gardner. He's a district attorney who dresses up as Captain America in order to solve crimes. So there's no super soldier serum or program to speak of in this film. The film follows Grant as he investigates various mysterious deaths that are eventually revealed to be caused by the drug Purple Death. This drug was created by a man named Dr. Maldor, aka the Scarab, and he's using the drug to get revenge on the people who wronged him. How did his victims wrong him? Well, he planned and organized an expedition to some Mayan temples, but he didn't go. Instead, his friends and colleagues went instead, and they became famous for it. And Maldor thinks that he should have gotten the fame instead of them. So basically, they didn't wrong him. I guess they could have mentioned that he planned the trip, but he didn't actually go on it, so I don't really know why he was expecting fame from it. Anyways, Maldor forces one of his former friends to use a weapon called the Dynamic Vibrator in order to do some destruction. But luckily, Captain America shows up and stops him. Well, he stops the weapon, but the Scarab gets away. Maldor continues his evil rampage and does stuff like sabotaging people's cars, doing some heists, and blackmailing people. He even at one point tried to steal a device that could bring back the dead. Upon failing to steal it, he tries to have it destroyed in order to avoid one of his victims getting revived and revealing his true identity. The serial ends with Maldor and Captain America battling over a map to a lost Mayan temple that contains a whole bunch of emeralds. Maldor is beaten by Cap and arrested. He is then executed by the state. This film is a very strange adaptation in that it's basically an adaptation of Captain America in name only, because not only is Grant Gardner not a super soldier, but World War II and the Axis powers have no bearing on the plot. Also, Captain America's shield isn't even in the film. The reason for all of these changes to the character is because this film was actually supposed to be about a different character, and that character was swapped out for Captain America late into development. It's unknown which character this film was supposed to be about, but it's been heavily speculated it was supposed to be about the hero, the Copperhead, a character from the film Mysterious Dr. Satan. Red Skull kills a baby. Ultimate Avengers Issue 5, released in March of 2010, features probably one of the most infamous moments in all of Marvel Comics. In the issue, we see a flashback to when Red Skull, from the Ultimate Universe, is interrogating and torturing an activist named Nikolai Lazkov. Nikolai was investigating Red Skull, and this ticked the Skull off. So after torturing him, he forces Nikolai's wife, Pietra, to stab Nikolai to death with scissors, or else he'll kill their infant son. She reluctantly does this over the course of an hour, but Red Skull doesn't really care. Instead of keeping his word, he throws the baby out of a window, and then allows his men to R-word Petra. She would later go on to become the hero, Red Wasp, and get her revenge on Red Skull, executing him while he was in a hospital. This story remains very controversial to this day, with many people saying that this story was just done for shock value and to be edgy. Anti-Cap. First appearing in Captain America and the Falcon Issue 1, released in March of 2004, to this day, we don't actually know his name. All we know about his backstory is that his girlfriend died during the Oklahoma City bombing, which caused him to enlist in the United States Navy, although he would be rejected from service, so instead he signs up for some epic science experiments. This was basically the US Navy being like, we're gonna make our own Captain America. So they used AVX, a drug modified from the same process that Luke Cage went under to get his powers. Unfortunately for Anti-Cap, his process into becoming a super soldier seemingly failed, which led to the Project Commander to try and execute him. Anti-Cap would survive this execution, and this somehow kickstarted the AVX in his body, successfully giving him superpowers. And so, for the next few years, Anti-Cap would go on various Black Ops missions in the Middle East, committing various war crimes for the United States Navy. Eventually, he would come into conflict with Captain America and Falcon after he was sent on a mission to capture a woman named Layla Taylor, who was trying to expose the AVX project. And since she was a friend of Falcon's, Sam wasn't exactly thrilled when Anti-Cap tried to bring her to Guantanamo Bay, resulting in the two fighting. But it turns out this was all a setup by the United States Navy, because they realized that Anti-Cap was going a bit rogue, so this was their way of getting rid of him. Realizing that the dude would probably be executed if he was captured and handed over to the government, Steve and Sam tried to help him go into hiding, with Sam coming up with the idea of faking his death. Unfortunately, this only worked for a little bit, and Anti-Cap would be discovered alive. Sam would continue to help Anti-Cap, but after Anti-Cap started acting crazier than usual, Sam realized that this dude was a lost cause. Although, instead of stopping him, Sam decides to quit being Falcon and bails. This is because Sam went through a lot of trauma in this storyline, so he just needed a break from being a hero for a bit. Captain America would then track down Anti-Cap in Paris, and would defeat him, though he wasn't able to capture him due to Anti-Cap deciding to Avengers Endgame himself by allowing a train to hit him. As for his powers, he's got most of your standard Captain America abilities, like super strength, stamina, and healing. He also uses various weapons, including pistols, rifles, knives, and grenades. Cancelled 1980s animated series. In 1983, writer Jameson Brewer pitched an animated Captain America cartoon to Marvel. The series would be a very different take on the character. For starters, he wouldn't have any powers. He would still be strong and stuff, but it wasn't like superhuman levels of strength. He would also answer exclusively to the President of the United States, and only go on missions given to him by the President. The last notable change to the character was that his shield would be able to transform into different objects, such as a parachute or a hang glider. Unfortunately, there's nothing else known about this cartoon other than the fact that it was rejected. There is a series Bible that was created by Brewer, but only the first page has ever been made public. Nichelle Wright. First appearing in United States of Captain America Issue 2, released in July of 2021, Nichelle Wright was an activist for most of her life. And one day, inspired by Isaiah Bradley, she took her activism to the next level by becoming Captain America, or at least the Captain America of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. She was part of the Captains Network, a group of loosely associated people who took up the mantle of Captain America in the towns where they lived, all across the United States. She would eventually come into conflict with the villains, Superior and Speed Demon. The pair were working together to try and frame Captain America for a bunch of crimes, and tarnish the legacy of Captain America. Speed Demon would attack Nichelle and frame her for domestic terrorism. Steve and Sam were a bit suspicious of this incident, and so traveled to Harrisburg to investigate. They quickly realized that she had been framed, and so freed her. And upon freeing her, the three of them didn't work together, as Nichelle basically said to them that this whole operation was way above her pay grade. Unfortunately, instead of going back to her normal life, she was still framed for terrorism, and so while she did continue to fight crime, she was now being hunted by the local police. And as of right now, that's pretty much where her story ends. As for her powers, Nichelle has none, although she's a decent fighter, and because of her gymnastics background, she's very quick and acrobatic. The original version of the first Avenger. Originally, Captain America the First Avenger was going to have 4 different villains: Red Skull, Zola, Strucker, and Baron Zemo. According to the film's writers, Christopher Marcus and Stephen McFeely, this version of the film was scrapped because they had trouble balancing out all 4 villains, with Strucker and Zemo basically just being side characters. Not wanting to waste these characters, they decided to cut them from the film and just focus on Red Skull and Zola. Strucker would make his debut in the MCU a few years later, appearing in The Winter Soldier, Age of Ultron, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But as for Baron Zemo, he hasn't actually appeared yet, and probably won't, because he was killed off-screen, and supposedly has no ties to Hydra. Frankenstein's monster is brainwashed into being a member of the Axis powers. Because Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is in the public domain, Frankenstein's monster has made appearances in both Marvel and DC. And unfortunately for Frankenstein's monster, there was a time where he was part of the Axis powers. In Invaders issue 31, released in May of 1978, Captain America and his superhero team, the Invaders, travel to Castle Frankenstein during World War II. When they arrive at the castle, they discover Frankenstein's monster, who is being controlled via mind control by Basil Frankenstein, one of the original Frankenstein's last living descendants, and a member of the World War II German military. Although, this isn't actually the main Frankenstein's monster that appears in Marvel Comics. This recreation of the monster, created by Basil, was created for this issue, and only this issue, because as the Invaders battle the monster, they free him from Basil's control. So the monster then decides to take out his creator at the cost of his own life. Captain America turns into a werewolf. The Man in Wolf storyline, released from Captain America issue 402, released in May of 1992, to Captain America issue 408, released in August of the same year, is a story about Captain America being turned into a werewolf. The story begins with reports of multiple werewolf attacks that many people believe is the result of John Jameson, aka the former hero Man-Wolf, gaining back his werewolf abilities and going crazy. Captain America begins an investigation into Jameson with the help of Dr. Druid, and he discovers that the Moonstone, aka the Godstone, the source of Jameson's powers, has gone missing. Cap then comes into conflict with Zachary Moonhunter, a werewolf wrangler working for Dreadmund the Druid, who has stolen the Moonstone and created a werewolf army. Moonhunter escapes his fight with Captain America, while Wolverine, who had been tracking him this entire time, follows him, only to then get captured. Cap and Druid then arrive in Starksboro, the town that Druid is using as his werewolf army base. When they arrive, a now brainwashed Wolverine battles and captures Captain America. Steve is then transformed into a werewolf, but he's able to escape captivity before he can be brainwashed. But despite this, his mind was still slowly deteriorating due to the whole werewolf thing, so he allows himself to be recaptured in an effort to get Dreadmond and his forces to cure him. With the help of the X-Men member, Wolfsbane, who had also been captured, Steve leads a werewolf prison break. Steve then discovers Dreadmond's plans. Dreadmond then uses the Moonstone to transform himself into an insanely powerful werewolf called the Starwolf. While Werecap and Cable battle Starwolf, oh yeah, Cable showed up because he was tracking the X-Men member Feral, who had been drawn to Starksboro. Dr. Druid frees Wolverine from the brainwashing, who in turn goes and helps Cap defeat Starwolf. The story ends with a cure being created for the werewolf disease, which reveals that one of the werewolves that had been helping Capwolf was John Jameson, and so the day was saved. Except not really, because then an evil clone of Captain America shows up. This clone was created during the Infinity War storyline, and he just kinda shows up in this story with no real explanation. Cap quickly defeats him, and that's the end of the story. There is another instance of Steve becoming a werewolf, but this is an alternate continuity where he becomes one during World War II. While Man and Wolf has never been adapted in media, references to it have been made in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2 and Square Enix's Avengers. The Asthma Monster. In Captain America Meets the Asthma Monster, released in December of 1987, Captain America faces off against his most dangerous foe, the Asthma Monster. Shocking, I know. The story begins with a bunch of kids in class finding out that Captain America is gonna show up to some local event. One of the kids starts having an asthma attack, and the others are just like, "You can't meet Captain America with asthma," which is a crazy claim to make. He's then confronted by a girl from another class, who's like, "Don't worry, you can be a hero with asthma. You can do anything with asthma." Suddenly, a green monster storms into the room and declares that he's the Asthma Monster, and he's gonna use his asthma spray to give everyone asthma attacks. But this doesn't work on the kids, because they've already taken their asthma medication. He then teleports away in search of where the asthma medication is created. So they call Captain America, and the three of them go after the Asthma Monster. Cap even calls the National Guard after the Asthma Monster, which, like, dude, he's a threat, but, like, I think sending the National Guard after him is a little bit of an overreaction. The three of them then track him down, and Cap does battle against him, while also having an asthma attack. The two kids then use inhalers to fog up the villain's helmet. Steve then smashes the helmet with his shield, which reveals that the Asthma Monster also suffers from asthma. Cap then knocks him out, and the day is saved. That is, until the sequel PSA comic, The Return of the Asthma Monster, released in January of 1989. The Asthma Monster escapes prison with the help of his weird gremlin gang called the Allergen Gang. Meanwhile, Captain America is hanging out at an elementary school and offers to drive the two kids from before home. But upon arriving at the boys' house, they notice that the Asthma Monster has committed a home invasion. After a brief fight with Captain America, the Asthma Monster then teleports away. This leads to Cap and the kids walking around the house battling the Allergen Gang. One by one, the crew defeats them, and eventually they find the asthma monster. After a brief fight, he's then handed over to a doctor who gives him some asthma medication, which somehow makes him a good guy, and that's how the story ends. As for the asthma monster's powers, he's got the ability to teleport, and he also has a machine that can give people asthma attacks. Captain America 2099. First appearing in Secret Wars 2099 Issue 1, released in May of 2015, Roberta Mendez was married to a man named Harold, and Harold was a giant piece of crap. He forcefully injected his wife with the super soldier serum. This obviously gives Roberta superpowers, and she was given the name Captain America. Now, when I say that she was given the name Captain America, I mean she didn't have a choice. In this alternate 2099 universe, yeah, it's not the same 2099 as, like, Spider-Man 2099. You can't be a superhero unless you work for the company Alchemex. And so, she became the Captain America of Alchemex's Avengers team. But what's messed up is that she didn't actually know about any of this. The super soldier serum given to her actually created a split personality, so she would turn into Captain America whenever she heard a trigger phrase like Avengers Assemble, and Roberta wouldn't have any memories as her time as Cap. This was all her husband's doing, by the way. Like I said, a real piece of crap. As Captain America, she did a bunch of jobs for Alchemex, and came into conflict with the Defenders, a team of superheroes who didn't want to work for Alchemex. She was ordered to have them arrested, but she wasn't really cool with that order, and she betrayed the team and freed the Defenders after they were captured. She would then be told about her double life, and worked with the Defenders to defeat the grandson of Baron Mordo. And after this adventure, the Defenders and Roberta were allowed to continue working as heroes. Roberta would then get sent to the main 616 universe in the aftermath of the Secret Wars 2015 event, but with amnesia. Well, at least Roberta had amnesia. Her Captain America identity remembered everything and tried to return to her reality, working together with Spider-Man 2099 to restore their reality. Her Captain America personality was also now capable of talking to Roberta. Anyways, after restoring her reality, she returned, and she hasn't been seen since. As for her powers, Roberta has pretty much all of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, speed, healing, and stamina. Her shield is also an energy shield, and she has a pair of energy wings that allow her to fly for a bit. As for her appearances in media, she's appeared in Marvel Avengers Academy, Marvel Future Fight, and LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Steve gets turned into a teenager. In Captain America issue 355, released in March of 1989, Cap discovers that some teenagers have gone missing, and in order to investigate these kidnappings, Steve does the only thing he can think of. He asks the Eternal, Cersei, to de-age him to the age of 15 for 48 hours so that he can get kidnapped. I feel like there are better ways to investigate this, but whatever. He quickly discovers that the people responsible for these kidnappings are the Sisters of Sin. Turns out, they've been kidnapping teenagers and bringing them to a place called Camp Rage. There, they teach the teens how to hate people and society at large. They lock the teens in these giant lockers for hours at a time in order to break them. They then bring them out and begin their teachings, which include stuff like drugs are cool, hate religion, hate the police, hate politicians, hate teachers, and just hate pretty much everyone. Steve then witnesses a ceremony where Mother Night gets a bunch of teenagers to beat a man near death and then throw him into a fire pit. This man was a member of the Watchdogs, an alt-right terrorist group who bomb abortion clinics and attack sex workers and gay people. So, like, murder's wrong, but, like, did she really have to choose a dude who's just as evil as she is? I don't really have sympathy for this dude. Anyways, Steve and a girl he rescues, named Jennifer, attempt to contact the authorities, but are attacked by Sin. They're both captured, and the sisters discover Steve's Captain America costume, so they put it on him and tie him up. They then beat Steve really badly, and they're actually about to kill him when Steve rapidly ages back to normal and escapes captivity. The sisters then try to escape with as many teens as possible, but Steve is able to stop them. And by stop them, I mean he stops one of them. The rest escape with about 100 kidnapped teenagers. But the day is kinda saved, I guess. Steve gets to bang Cersei at the end of the story, so at least he gets a happy ending. Captain America in the Civil War. In What If Captain America, released in December 2005, we're introduced to a world in which Steve Rogers was born in the 1800s and fought in the American Civil War. Not much is known about his early life, but he would eventually join the Union Army. He would also become friendly with his commanding officer, Colonel Bucky Barnes. But Steve quickly realizes that he's surrounded by people who aren't exactly all that great, as he witnesses his fellow Union soldiers slaughtering civilians in the town of Osceola. They weren't even doing this to, like, free the slaves. No, they killed them too. And it turns out the person who gave them the order to pillage the town was Colonel Bucky Barnes himself. Steve turns on Barnes and is about to be executed by him when suddenly a bald eagle flies in and viciously attacks Barnes's face. Steve is able to get some kids to safety, but is shot through the chest in the process. Dying, he's visited by an ancient spirit named Waipayak, who revives him. Steve then wakes up and is saved by a man named Sam Wilson, a member of the Union Army, who brings him back to their fort. Bucky then shows up in order to make sure that he finishes the job in killing Steve, but before he can attack him, Sam uses some magic to give Steve the powers of that ancient spirit from before. Bucky is caught in the magic blast that gives Steve his powers, and this literally melts the skin off Bucky's face, and so he becomes White Skull. Enraged, he declares all of the Union soldiers at the fort are traitors, and a battle begins. A civil war within a civil war. And in this battle, Sam is killed. Steve then wakes up as Captain America and easily defeats Bucky and his men. He then leads the Union Army throughout the rest of the war, and because of this, the Civil War ends in 1864, a year before it ends in our timeline. He also prevents Abraham Lincoln from being assassinated, which results in Honest Abe getting a second term. He continued to be Captain America after the war, and practically annihilated the KKK. He also continued to battle White Skull, who had survived the Civil War, and recruited the remnant KKK members into his own hate group. And that's how the story ends. As for his powers, Steve's got superhuman strength, speed, and healing. He's also got the ability to teleport and can summon a magic falcon from his shield. William Nasland. First appearing in Invaders issue 14, released in November of 1976, William Nasland has basically no backstory. He's a guy who decided to fight against the Axis powers in World War II, but not by joining the military. Instead, he became a superhero known as the Spirit of 76. His career is actually somewhat similar to Jeffrey Mace's, as he began his career battling German spies in America, before eventually going overseas and joining a superhero team. He joined the Crusaders, but this team didn't last very long, as it was actually a team created by a German spy, who had created the team in order to trick them into defeating the Invaders, while he attempted to assassinate King George VI. This plan failed and the Crusaders disbanded, but William continued to fight the good fight and worked together with Captain America and various other heroes throughout the war. Now, remember when I said that Jeffrey Mace was retconned into being Captain America in most of Cap's adventures from 1946 to 1949? Well, William Nasland is the reason why I said most. As in What If issue 4, released in May of 1977, it was revealed that in the immediate aftermath of Steve's supposed death, William was given the mantle of Captain America. The government even recruits a new Bucky, a man named Fred Davis, who would later go on to be the Bucky who worked with Jeffrey Mace. William served as Captain America for the rest of the war, but was killed by a robot in 1946. When Patriot finds him dying, William gives Jeffrey the go-ahead to become the next Captain America, although this would be retconned decades later, and Jeffrey would become Captain America when asked by the US government. As for William Nasland's powers, he didn't actually have any, but when he was fighting as the Spirit of 76, his cape was actually bullet and flame-proof. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in Marvel superheroes What the? Captain Avalon. First appearing in Avatar's Covenant of the Shield issue 1, released in July 2000, Stevan was a young squire who joined a group called the Elders of Avalon. As a member, he was sent off to go find the powerful magic shield called Excelsior, and after a long journey, he was eventually able to find the shield, and was even given a mystic orb called the Heart of Avalon. Eventually, he would get married, have a kid, and become the king of Avalon. He ruled as kindly as a monarch could be, and spent most of his time breaking up fights between superpowered beings, like medieval versions of Hulk, the Human Torch, Scarlet Witch, and Namor. One day, upon returning to his castle, he discovers that his wife has been murdered and his son has been kidnapped by this universe's Baron Zemo. So Captain Avalon brings together a team of superpowered beings and begins a journey to Zemo's fortress. On this journey, he battles a variety of medieval versions of Marvel villains, such as Kraven the Hunter, Scorpion, Morbius, Electro, Magneto, and Silver Samurai. He also befriends medieval versions of Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, and the X-Men. While his allies do battle against the villains, Captain Avalon confronts Zemo, or as he's known in this universe, Xaxis. He reveals his plan to Captain Avalon. he plans to raise his kid as his own so that he can become the next ruler of his empire. Captain Avalon isn't having any of that, so he battles Xaxis. But Xaxis also has another plan. He's captured the heart of Avalon and is trying to use it to go back in time to prevent his side from losing in the medieval World War they had fought each other in previously. So the two travel back to the past and continue their fight. And by continue their fight, I mean Captain Avalon pretty much immediately beats him once they reach the past. So Avalon's son becomes the king in the present, while Captain Avalon is stuck living in the past. And that's how the story ends. As for Captain Avalon's powers, he doesn't really have any. He's just a really good fighter who wields the Shield of Excelsior, which can't be damaged by any weapon. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Steve Rogers was the original Winter Soldier. I talked about Heroes Reborn in the Iron Man Iceberg, but I'll quickly give you an idea of what it was. Basically, a bunch of Marvel heroes were transported into a pocket dimension created by Franklin Richards during a battle with Onslaught in order to save their lives. But instead of the heroes just being simply teleported into this reality, they were basically reborn and lived out their lives with no memories of their prior lives. And so, many heroes had completely altered backstories, and one of the most different backstories belonged to Captain America. In this universe, the US government would essentially deactivate Captain America whenever they didn't need him, or when he decided to go rogue. They would wipe his mind and send him off to go live as a normal person, only to then reactivate him when they needed him. So Steve was never frozen during World War II, and would be called into duty whenever the US government required him. Now, this might sound very similar to Bucky Barnes' history as the Winter Soldier, and that's because this story actually served as inspiration for the Winter Soldier retcon in 2005. At least, it probably did. It's never been outright confirmed, but it's very likely it at least partially inspired it, as the stories are pretty similar, and author Ed Brubaker, who co-created the Winter Soldier storyline, was at least aware of the Heroes Reborn story. Danielle Cage. First appearing in the Pulse issue 13, released in January of 2006, Danielle Cage is the daughter of Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. She's a 3-year-old girl that has pretty much nothing to do with Captain America. However, she might have something to do with Captain America in the future. First appearing in Avengers Ultron Forever, released in April of 2015, the year is 20XX. Yeah, they don't want to subscribe to a year. And Danielle Cage is now grown up and is Captain America. Keep in mind that most future realities shown in Marvel Comics are meant to be potential futures. So the idea here is that perhaps one day Danielle Cage in the main Marvel universe will grow up to become Captain America. Anyways, Danielle Cage became Captain America after being raised by Black Widow after the deaths of her parents due to Thanos. Danielle's most notable adventure involved her getting sent into the future alongside various characters from other points in time by a Doombot who believed that he was the real Dr. Doom. He needed their help in defeating Ultron, and after helping him, the Doombot would betray the team and try to take over the world, only to then be stopped by Danielle and the other Avengers. She would later time travel again, but this time to the past, in order to battle the villain, the Golden Skull. There, she teamed up with the US Avengers, and that's pretty much it. She hasn't appeared all that much, although alternate universe versions of her from other potential futures have appeared, but they haven't really done anything worth mentioning. As for her powers, Danielle has a lot of Luke Cage and Jessica Jones's abilities, including superhuman strength, stamina, healing, and of course, being bulletproof. Her shield also has some sort of anti-gravity function, which allows her to fly around on it. Protocide. First appearing in Captain America issue 28, released in February of 2000, Clinton McIntyre was a man that took part in the original tests to create the Super Soldier Serum. However, he basically forced his way into being a test subject. He convinced a general to give him the serum without the go-ahead from the scientists working on the program. Thanks to the serum, he got all of the super soldier abilities, but due to not receiving other parts of the super soldier process, he went crazy and fell into a coma. His body would lay cryogenically frozen in storage for decades. Eventually, an AIM agent would infiltrate the warehouse containing Clinton and brought his body back to base. AIM decided to then revive him and use him as their own super soldier. When he was awoken, he had amnesia, so AIM took advantage of that fact and told him that his name was Protocide. They would then give him false memories and convinced him that Steve Rogers had tried to kill him during World War II, and replace Clinton as the United States' super soldier, and so began Protocide's rampage, as he would be sent on various missions, taking down a number of people. For example, he once brutally beat US agent in a fight, even destroying his shield, but of course his main target was always Captain America, and the two faced off against each other numerous times, even at one point having to team up in order to fight Hydra. Eventually, Captain America would convince Clinton to do the right thing and be a good guy, so Protocide saved Captain America's life at the cost of his own during a battle at an AIM base. However, Clinton didn't actually die, and had taken this opportunity to go into hiding and try to live a normal life. And to this day, everyone in the Marvel Universe thinks he's dead. As for his abilities, Protocide has all of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman speed, strength, stamina, and healing. Hatemonger. So there's been a couple of people who have gone by the name Hatemonger, but the main one first appeared in Fantastic Four issue 21, released in September of 1963. Hatemonger was born in Austria in April of 1889. Adolf had very ambitious plans. You see, he wanted to become an artist, and yeah, it's Hitler. Hatemonger is Hitler. As World War II approached its end, Mustache Man realized that he lost the war, and so contacted Zola in order to help him find a way to survive the war. Zola came up with the idea of transferring his mind into a clone body upon his death. Mustache Man was pretty thrilled with the idea, and so on April 30th, 1945, Mustache Man did not Avengers Endgame himself. No, in the Marvel Universe, the android Human Torch killed him. But anyways, his mind would be transferred into a new body. As the Hatemonger, he continued his evil crusade with a new device that he had created called the Hate Ray. This ray gun would turn anyone into a violent bigot the moment they were hit with the weapon's rays. Hatemonger would actually die fighting the Fantastic Four, but this wouldn't be the end of him, as Zola had actually created a bunch of clone bodies. Over the decades, Hatemonger would go through a bunch of clone bodies and face off against a ton of heroes like Nick Fury and Manwolf. He would also team up with, not a lot of villains, actually. Yeah, it turns out that when you're literally Hitler, not many villains want to work with you, so he was forced to really only work with Red Skull, Zola, and Hydra, and this is where he finally came into conflict with Captain America. One day, during a battle, Hatemonger had Zola transfer his mind into a cosmic cube so that he could literally become the cube and presumably get all of its powers. So Zola transferred his mind into the cube, only for it to not really work. He didn't actually gain any powers, and was now trapped inside of the cube. At least he was, until some Aryan cultists found the cube and tried to free him. But Captain America would destroy the cube, which seemingly was the end of Hatemonger. Except not really, because there was yet again another clone body. He would then try and start up a race war within the United States, but failed and he turned into a ghost. Let me explain. Around this time, Red Skull had used a cosmic cube to enhance Hatemonger and give him powers. And with these powers, Hatemonger had turned a bunch of people into bigots. And when Captain America snapped them free of Hatemonger's control, this somehow annihilated Hatemonger, so he kinda died. Though he was still around, but in spirit form, being studied by the US government. As for his powers, Hatemonger originally didn't have any powers, and just had his hate ray. But upon being enhanced by Red Skull, he gained the ability to shapeshift, force people into being bigots, and could even fly while in spirit form. He also gained superhuman strength and healing. He also at one point had a suit of battle armor, but it's unknown what the armor was actually made of. The Hatemonger mantle has never appeared in media, at least to my knowledge, so instead, here's an image of Hitler saying that Red Skull stinks good.
We'll be right back to Marvel's Avengers Ultron Revolution on Disney XD.
I'll fight evil. Whoa!
Are you ready to be an Avenger? To be an Avenger, you must be strong, smart, quick, and true. Avengers assemble! Avengers! Ultron's cannon lights up. A is for action. Wonder Man's ready. Ant-Man's mini-jet is set for action. Ant-Man extends. Captain America's droid explodes.
My shield will protect the Avengers. Take that, Ultron.
The Sky Cycle soars into battle. Falcon, surprise attack.
Bird brain.
Hawkeye's quick-drawing arrow will punish evil. The Avengers, united they stand.
And now back to Marvel's Avengers Ultron Revolution on Disney XD.
Captain America Super Soldier PSP and PC ports. Captain America Super Soldier was originally supposed to be released on 7 different consoles: the PS3, Xbox 360, PC, Nintendo Wii, Nintendo 3DS, Nintendo DS, and the PSP. However, the PC port and the PSP version of the game weren't ever released. Unfortunately, we don't know why these versions of the game were cancelled. It can be assumed that the PC port was just going to be a port of the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions of the game, but the PSP port may have been a completely different game, much like how the Nintendo DS version of the game was pretty much its own game. We don't even know which studios were working on these versions of the game, but if I had to guess, High Voltage Games would have probably handled the PSP game, since they did the Iron Man 2 PSP game, and Next Level Games was probably working on the PC port, since they were the studio that made the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions of the game. If I had to guess why these ports were cancelled, it was probably due to poor sales on these consoles, as after the Incredible Hulk game, no MCU game was released on PC, and after the Iron Man 2 video game, no MCU game was released on the PSP. Novels. While most people know Marvel and DC characters from their appearances in films, cartoons, comics, live-action shows, and video games, there's actually been quite a few different Marvel and DC novels, and Captain America has a couple of novels under his name, the first one being Captain America The Great Gold Steel, written by Ted White, and released in July of 1968. Other books include Liberty's Torch, released in December of 1998, Rocket's Red Glare, released in August of 1986, and Holocaust for Hire, released in April of 1979, which might be the craziest title of any book ever released. Hawkeye becomes Captain America. In Fallen Sun, The Death of Captain America, Issue 3, released in May of 2007, in the aftermath of Civil War and Captain America's death, Hawkeye, aka Clint Barton, is confronted by Iron Man, who tells him that he should become the next Captain America. Tony claims that he's offering the job because the American people need Captain America, but in reality, he's only doing this because he feels really guilty about Steve's death. Immediately after offering the mantle to Clint, Iron Man flies off to go arrest Patriot and Kate Bishop, as they're both breaking the Superhuman Registration Act. As the pair try to escape Tony, Clint shows up wearing the Captain America suit, and Kate is really not having it. She flat out tells him that what he's doing is extremely disrespectful to Steve. She claims that wanting to honor Steve is a good thing, but this isn't honoring him, it's just copying him. This really gets at Clint, and he allows the pair to escape. He then hands over the Captain America stuff to Tony, and that ends Clint Barton's incredibly brief run as Captain America. Rick Jones becomes Bucky. So Rick Jones is mostly known as a Hulk-related character. However, for a brief period of time, he switched from being a Hulk-related character to a Captain America-related character. In Captain America issue 110, released in November of 1968, Rick dresses up like Bucky Barnes in order to work alongside Captain America. This wasn't the first time he had just randomly worn Bucky's clothes, but this time he was seemingly serious about wanting to become the next Bucky and be Captain America's sidekick. Steve's not a huge fan of this idea, and is actually quite bothered by somebody wearing the costume of his dead sidekick, especially since he looks and sounds so much like Bucky, though he reluctantly agrees to work with Rick after the pair fight off Madam Hydra. But this partnership doesn't last very long, as in Captain Marvel issue 17, released in July of 1969, Red Skull, in Captain America's body, basically fires Rick and tells him that he doesn't need him. You would think that when Steve got his body back, he would make amends with Rick, but No, not really. Steve is actually kind of cool with this, as his biggest issue with Rick being his sidekick was the fact that he was constantly worried about him getting hurt or killed. So yeah, it's not really talked about these days, but for a brief period of time, Rick Jones was a Captain America character. Scrapped Sam accidentally killing Steve storyline. Originally, the comic series Captain America and the Falcon, running from March of 2004 to May of 2005, would have been longer and feature a pretty shocking story. This story would have featured Falcon doing something that somehow accidentally leads to somebody murdering Steve. This would lead into a 3-month-long storyline in which various characters would compete with each other for the title of Captain America. It's never been confirmed who these characters would have been, but if I had to guess, it would probably be US Agent, Battlestar, Anti-Cap, Protocide, and William Burnside. But again, that's just speculation. Meanwhile, Sam would travel through time and attempt to save Steve from dying. He would also travel back to World War II and have an adventure with Steve and Bucky. This story was thought up by Christopher Priest, and would have happened in 2005. And while the people at Marvel liked the idea, there was a problem. The House of M event was planned to happen in 2005, and this was gonna be the big storyline of that year, so there wasn't really any room for another big comic event. There's also the fact that the Captain America and the Falcon series was not the mainline Captain America comic, and that was still going on, so it would be quite the shock to the people working on that comic to find out that Steve Rogers died in another comic book series. AmeriCop. First appearing in Captain America issue 428, released in April of 1994, Bartholomew Gallows, aka Bart, is a dude who used to work for the Houston Police Department in, well, Houston, Texas. He was a pretty big fan of the police, but he had one big issue with them. He somehow didn't think they were brutal enough to people. So he quit being a cop and became the vigilante known as AmeriCop. And, he just kind of went around doing police brutality. No, really, that's pretty much all he did. He was just kind of the living embodiment of police brutality. This really ticked off Captain America, so Steve confronted him. But during this confrontation, the pair were captured by Damon Dran, the indestructible man. They would escape his clutches, and AmeriCop just kinda disappeared for a while. He would return to prominence in Thunderbolt's Desperate Measures, released in July of 2007, where he would become a target of the Thunderbolts. And after getting beaten up by Bullseye and Penance, he would become paralyzed and was captured. He then died in custody off-panel. But you know what they say, you can kill the man, but you can't kill the idea. And so, years later, the company Keen Industries would create a private security force called the AmeriCops. These guys were basically private police soldiers that were dressed up like the original AmeriCop. Instead of fighting crime, they mostly just harassed people of color and did racial profiling. And just like the original AmeriCop, they loved police brutality. These guys would even become the official police force for the United States of America during the events of Secret Empire. As for the original AmeriCops' powers, he didn't have any. He was just a really skilled fighter, but he did have a bunch of gadgets, including an armored police cap that he would throw at people, nightsticks, pistols, grenades, and knives. He also had a strange battery-like device built into his costume that could absorb electricity from stuff around him. He could then use this electricity to temporarily gain superhuman strength. He also had a sonar-like device called the Banshee, and his left glove had a built-in electrified net launcher. Captain America took part in Executive Order 9066. In Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man issue 9, released in July 2019, we learn something about Captain America that's a bit strange. A few issues earlier, the world was introduced to the character of Marnie, aka the Rumor. In 1939, she was subjected to cruel experiments by Imperial Japan in order to create their own super soldier, and she was one of the very few people to gain these powers, also to survive. Because of this, she obviously had no love for Imperial Japan, so she fled to the United States in 1941. There, she became friends with Captain America. But then, in 1942, Executive Order 9066 was put into effect by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. While you might not know the name of this order, you undoubtedly know what it did, at least if you live in the United States. This was the order to force Japanese Americans in the west coast of the United States into internment camps, due to them being deemed by the military and government to be potential threats to the country. This was obviously a very disgusting order, and one that Captain America would 100% be against. And he was. Kinda. In 1943, he went to Marnie and told her that she was going to be forced into one of these camps. However, he also said that he wouldn't stop her from trying to escape. But she refused, and told him to bring her to the camps so that she could help the people imprisoned there. This was a fairly controversial moment, as while Steve did say that he wouldn't stop her from running, he also says this in front of an American soldier, so he knows that she probably wouldn't get very far. Now, it is explained in the story that the only reason that Steve went along with this order is because he was still new to the superhero game and wasn't very sure of himself. But many people argue that Steve would actively fight against something like this, even at this point in his career. Although, this is countered by the fact that in Invaders issue 27, released in January of 1978, Captain America literally went to an internment camp, and while disgusted by it, he didn't actually do anything, like tear it down or free anyone. Bucky does, though. He straight up beats the crap out of American soldiers while inside one of the camps, and tries to free one of the prisoners. Jessica Jones becomes Captain America. First appearing in The Variants, issue 1, released in June of 2022, we're introduced to a reality in which Jessica Jones becomes her universe's Captain America. Although, not really. We don't actually see this reality, we just see this version of Jessica Jones. Anyways, in this reality, she joined the Avengers after attacking them while being mind-controlled by Kilgrave, which is very similar to the story What If Jessica Jones Had Joined the Avengers, released in December of 2004, so honestly, it seems like this alternate version of Jessica Jones actually spins off from another alternate version of Jessica Jones. Anyways, once she was able to break free of the Purple Man's influence, she took up the mantle of Captain America and led the Avengers. We don't actually know anything about her time as the leader of the Avengers, besides the fact that at one point they fought Ultron, and Ultron killed the people that she loved. She would one day be transported to Earth 616 by another alternate version of Jessica Jones, who had transported a bunch of Jessica Jones variants to Earth 616 in order to defeat the main Jessica Jones and steal her daughter and husband. However, Captain Jessica Jones wasn't really cool with all this, so she worked together with the main universe Jessica Jones and some other Jessica Jones variants, and fought against this evil Jessica Jones and her own team of Jessica Jones variants, called the Variants. This eventually led to an alternate universe Scarlet Witch showing up. She had arrived in this universe with one of the alternate universe Jessica Joneses, and she would send all of the variants home, including Captain America, and that's pretty much it. As for her powers, she basically just has Jessica Jones's powers, meaning that she has superhuman strength, healing, and the ability to fly. Soldier Supreme. First appearing in Infinity Wars issue 3, released in September of 2018, Steven Rogers is the result of Gamora creating Warp World, a reality inside the Soul Gem in which everyone in the Marvel Universe had their souls merged with another. So this dude is the result of Steve Rogers and Stephen Strange merging. Anyways, in this reality, Project Rebirth wasn't actually the process of turning somebody into a super soldier with a serum, but instead the process of turning somebody into a super soldier with magic. Rogers volunteered for the procedure and was given a whole bunch of powers. He would then get sent into World War II and fight alongside Bucky Wong and Dum Dum Fury. During a battle with Dormammu Red, who is a combination of Dormammu and Red Skull, obviously, he would become trapped in the Dark Dimension for decades. He was only able to escape thanks to MODOK, the combination between MODOK and Baron Mordo, breaking into the Dark Dimension. Now free, Rogers would join forces with various heroes from the main Marvel Universe in a fight against the Lovecraftian monster known as Devandra. After the battle, Rogers would join forces with a bunch of other heroes from Warp World, creating the team The Defenders. Unfortunately for everybody in Warp World, at some point, every single person in Warp World would get their souls merged again, resulting in the hero Arachnite merging with Soldier Supreme, resulting in Spider Supreme, a combination of Spider-Man, Captain America, Moon Knight, and Doctor Strange. As for Soldier Supreme's powers, he's got all of your standard super soldier abilities, like superhuman strength, stamina, and healing, but he's also got a bunch of magic abilities. He's able to cast various spells that can be used for attack or defense. He's also got healing magic, and the ability to see the true nature of things using the Eye of Agamotto. Steve Rogers almost gets turned into a woman. In Captain America issue 390, released in June of 1991, Steve and the mercenary Paladin are in the middle of a mission to rescue Diamondback, but before they can rescue her, they're attacked by a literal army of female supervillains like Dragonfly, Snapdragon, Bombshell, Steelwind, Charisma, Battleaxe, Pink Pearl, Anaconda, and so many more. Obviously, the two of them can't exactly fight off an entire army by themselves, so they're captured and brought to the villain Superia's island, called Femazonia Island. Instead of killing Cap and Paladin, Superia decides to instead transform them into women. Yeah, she hates men, that's like her whole thing. But not all of the female villains working for her hate men. In fact, some of them even make fun of Superia for her hatred of men. Anyways, Cap and Paladin are thrown into these biochemical baths, which will turn them into women after 12 hours. While the Femazons believe them to be unconscious, Steve is actually very much awake and begins to plot their escape. After a little bit, Steve removes his oxygen mask, which requires 2 women to go into the tank and put it back on. He takes this opportunity to grab them and escape. Steve and Paladin then meet up with Black Mamba and Cleo Nefertiti, who are also trying to find Diamondback. The 4 of them put on some disguises and begin their search. Steve then goes off to confront Superia, while the others go rescue Diamondback. When he confronts Superia, she reveals her plan. She's going to use a bioweapon to sterilize every woman in the world, except for the women on Femazonia Island, so humanity will have to bow down to her and her forces in order to be given the opportunity to reproduce. Steve and Superia begin to fight, and Steve tricks her into destroying the protective shield around Femazonia Island. This forces Superia to disable the rocket, or else every woman on the planet will become sterile. Captain America is then picked up by the Avengers, and the day is saved. Josiah X. First appearing in Crew Issue 1, released in May of 2003, Josiah Al-Hajj Sadiq has a very strange origin. He's the son of Isaiah Bradley, but in a very weird way. When he was imprisoned after the war, the US military continued to try and make super soldiers, and so took some blood and sperm from Bradley. They also took some of Isaiah Bradley's wife's eggs when she went in for surgery. Neither Isaiah or his wife knew about this. The military then tried to place the eggs and sperm into a woman in order to create a child that would be born with the super soldier serum. It took 38 tries to create a child, and that child was Josiah. His surrogate mother didn't know the full story behind why the military was doing this, and upon discovering that the military would put the baby through a bunch of tests and be used as a weapon later in life, she took Josiah and went on the run. She would eventually find Isaiah's wife, Faith, and told her everything. But Faith knew that the government was watching them, so she sent Josiah off on a train by himself to be put into an orphanage so he could get away from the military. Unfortunately for Isaiah's surrogate mother, he would lie about his age and join the US military. He would then be sent off to Vietnam, where he would serve a few tours. During a battle, a racist soldier ordered a bombing run that resulted in a friendly fire incident, killing most of Josiah's mostly black unit. Josiah then knocked the officer out and was court-martialed. While in prison, the government realized that this dude is probably the rogue super soldier baby, and dropped the charges against him in exchange for him participating in some tests. And surprisingly, the government was true to their word and let him go after these tests. The first thing he did upon being freed was go visit Isaiah and Faith Bradley. Then he decided to become a member of the Black Panther Party. Then he became a mercenary, and then he became a Muslim minister with a retired Catholic nun as his housekeeper. He would also become a superhero. once working together with War Machine, White Tiger, and Junta to take down a drug lord and his gang and avenge War Machine's younger sister. Shortly after this, he would go missing and wouldn't be seen in comics for over 20 years, though he's currently scheduled to make a return in the series Sam Wilson Captain America later this year. As for his powers, he's of course got most of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, speed, stamina, healing, etc. His main weapon is Isaiah Bradley's shield, and he wears a homemade Captain America suit made at a chainmail. Miles Morales becomes Captain America. First appearing in What If Miles Morales Issue 1, released in March of 2022, we're introduced to a world in which Miles' father, Jefferson Davis, was a soldier instead of a cop. This leads to Miles growing up living at a military base. His uncle Aaron is also a soldier at this base, and one day steals the super soldier serum. Miles accidentally gets exposed to it and instantly gains superpowers. Aaron is then ordered to train Miles as he becomes the next Captain America, though during a mission, Aaron is seemingly killed by Black Widow, resulting in Miles having to continue his missions alone. But not for long, as he's dating and working with this universe's Tiana Toombs, who is this universe's Falcon. This universe's Sam Wilson sends the pair on a mission to stop the villain Grayskull from using a cosmic cube to open up a portal to another reality in order to sell weapons to it. After accidentally summoning a bunch of symbiotes, it seems like the portal is ready to be used, but before Grayskull, Prowler, and Genki, this universe's Tinkerer, are able to open it, Miles and Tiana show up to stop them. There, Miles learns the truth about his Uncle Aaron's death. Turns out, he didn't actually die, and instead became the Prowler. Shocking, I know. The portal begins to go haywire, which results in Miles destroying the machine creating the portal with his shield, in the process seeing alternate universe versions of himself. With the portal destroyed, the day is saved. Except not really, as Prowler has a shard of the Cosmic Cube and uses it to travel the multiverse, creating a team of Prowler variants and attacking the main Marvel universe. Miles from the Captain America universe then joins up with the alternate universe versions of himself that he saw, and together they stop the Prowlers. Side note, one of the Miles variants is the Thor variant, who says, "By Odin's Fade." How did they think that was a good idea? As for Captain America Miles' powers, for the millionth time, he's got all of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, speed, stamina, healing, etc. Bucky becomes the Man on the Wall. So during the original Sin event, we're introduced to the concept of the Man on the Wall. This is a top secret job that nobody knows about. Basically, you work as a one-man army protecting the Earth from cosmic-level threats. Nick Fury was actually revealed to be doing this job for quite a while. After the original Sin storyline, Bucky becomes the new Man on the Wall. During his time as the Man on the Wall, Bucky would do battle against various threats, which led him into conflict with alternate universe versions of Loki and Nick Fury. He even worked alongside an elderly version of himself in order to save an alien planet. His last notable adventure as the Man on the Wall saw him discovering and then protecting the sentient cosmic cube that would eventually cause the Secret Empire event. And after that, he just kinda stopped. He hasn't really done anything cosmic in quite a while, and now that Nick Fury is alive again, I think it's safe to assume that Bucky gave Fury back his old job. Black Crow. First appearing in Captain America issue 292, released in January of 1984, Jesse Black Crow is a member of the Navajo Nation and left his reservation when he was around 16 years old. He moved to New York City and became a construction worker, but he probably shouldn't have done that, because one day he fell 20 stories to the ground. Somehow he survived this fall, but was left paralyzed from the waist down and was now in a coma. It's in this coma that he was visited by the spirits of the earth, who gave Jesse a bunch of visions of the atrocities done to Native Americans throughout history. The spirit also does something kinda weird. It decides that it'll transform Jesse into the superhero Black Crow whenever it believes that he's needed. But Jesse doesn't actually know about this, so whenever the spirit of Black Crow takes control of his body and goes on a mission, Jesse just blacks out and doesn't remember any of these adventures, outside of some vague images. Black Crow would eventually come into conflict with Captain America, due to the spirit believing that Steve was a symbol of modern-day America, and because of this, represented the suffering the American government had done to the Native Americans. So Black Crow tries to kill Captain America in order to make things right, at least in the eyes of the spirit. During the fight, Steve would appease the spirit, and so the Black Crow was called off of the hit. The next time he met Captain America was when Steve got turned old and was dying of poison. Yeah, remember that story? If you recall, I didn't actually explain how he was cured of that poison. Well, Black Crow teleported in and cured Steve. He would then hop around the Marvel Universe, helping out various heroes, like Spider-Man, Daredevil, Doctor Strange, and Hawkeye. His last interaction with Steve would involve him showing up and telling Steve, "You're gonna die in 24 hours. Sorry, man, I'm just the messenger. See ya." Or, I guess not. Bye. He doesn't actually die, by the way. He almost dies, but he's saved at the very last second. Black Crow also participated in Civil War, on the side of Captain America, but most of his contributions to the conflict were off-panel. And, that's the last time he's ever appeared. As for his powers, Black Crow has superhuman strength, stamina, and reflexes. He can also teleport, turn into a crow, create illusions, telepathically communicate with people, remove memories from people, summon murders of crows, and travel between dimensions whenever he wants to. He's also got a big spear, a knife, and a bow and arrow. As for his appearances in media, he hasn't actually appeared in anything. But in the MCU, Henry Lopez's Choctaw name is Black Crow, which has led some people to believe that he's a nod to Jesse Black Crow, although he's not a member of the Navajo Nation, so he's probably not. Joaquin Torres becomes a vampire. In Captain America Symbol of Truth, issue 7, released in November of 2022, Joaquin Torres, aka Falcon, goes under a bit of a transformation. Previously, he had undergone a transformation that resulted in him becoming a Falcon, human, and vampire hybrid. You see, at one point in time, Redwing, Sam's pet falcon, was bitten by a vampire. Then, the scientist, Carl Malice, took Redwing's DNA and used it to transform Torres into a human-falcon hybrid, but because Redwing was infected with the vampire virus, Torres got infected as well. Although, instead of becoming a vampire, the vampire DNA in him just resulted in him not being able to reverse the mutations given to him via the transformation. He also gained a healing factor that could literally revive him from the dead, which is pretty useful. I'm explaining this now because the transformation in Symbol of Truth continues that previous transformation. After being infected with a mysterious liquid, Torres enters a coma, but after a few days, he wakes up and finds himself transforming into a vampire-like bird monster. In this new form, he becomes extremely violent and hungry for blood. You see, he blames Sam for everything bad that's happened to him, including both of his transformations. That, and he thinks that Sam abandoned him in the hospital to go fight bad guys. They fight for a while, but Sam gets the upper hand and defeats him. Torres then flees back to his home, where he finally calms down. He's then offered a cure to his transformation, but he's not sure if he wants to take it, because it might cure him completely of his powers, not just this new monstrous form. After talking about it with his family and Sam, he decides to take it, and luckily for him, he gets to keep his powers. The Artificial American Dream. In Marvel Knight's Millennial Visions, released in December of 2001, we're shown multiple different realities in the form of story pitches. The idea being that one of these pitches would be picked up as a new series or a new character. One of these story pitches was called Captain America: The Artificial American Dream and was set on Earth 725. This is a world in which humanity and mutants have finally learned to get along. But while humans and mutants are treated as equals, the machines that they build aren't. In this universe, most, if not all, labor was done by machines. And I'm not talking basic machines, I mean fully sentient AI. And these machines eventually got tired of being slaves, so they began a robots revolution and built a Captain America robot to lead them. And that's it. That's all the story pitch gives us. Carol Danvers' Captain America. Carol Danvers has actually been Captain America twice in two different universes. The first time was in New Mangaverse Issue 3, released in March of 2006. In this reality, Carol Danvers was a member of the US Air Force stationed in Japan. During a fight with the Hand members, Silver Samurai, Sunfire, and Lady Deathstrike, her fighter jet was shot out of the sky. Luckily, she survived the crash, and somehow, the crash had given her superpowers. Lady Deathstrike did attack her jet with electricity, so maybe that gave her the powers? It's never explained how she got them. Anyways, Carol would want revenge against the Hand because her friend Diamondback had actually been killed by them during that previous fight. So she broke into a Hand base where she stumbled upon a trophy room where the Hand kept items that they had taken from the corpses of the heroes they had killed. And one of these items was Captain America's shield. Taking the shield, Carol would honor Cap's legacy by becoming the new Captain America, and would even join this universe's Avengers. As for her powers, she has super strength and durability. Then, in Venomverse War Stories, released in September of 2017, we're introduced to Carol Danvers of Earth 18197. and we don't really get much about her. We don't get a backstory or really any history. She's seen fighting Rocket Raccoon, who's Venom in this universe, and that's it. As for her powers, she can fly, has superhuman strength, speed, healing, etc. She can absorb energy, and could fire off photon blasts. The Death Throes. First appearing in Captain America issue 317, released in February of 1986, the Death Throes is a supervillain group that takes influence from jugglers. It all started with Charles Last, a criminal who was also a really good juggler. He would create the Death Throes with fellow jugglers Elton and Alvin Healy, with Elton taking the name Oddball and Alvin taking the name Tenpin. Pretty soon, the Death Throes would get even more members and come into conflict with Captain America after the villain Crossfire, aka William Cross, hired the team from prison in order to break him out. But because Cross didn't actually have any money to pay the group, the Death Throes decided to instead use Cross as bait in order to trap Hawkeye. Hawkeye was chilling out with Captain America at this time, so both heroes went to go capture Cross, and pretty easily beat the Death Throes. And right after this little adventure, Steve's girlfriend Bernie broke up with him. Anyways, the Death Throes would continue to do crime over the years, and gain even more members, including the Tosser and Chuck Stuff. I see the Death Throes are only hiring the best. As for the Death Throes' powers, none of them actually have any powers, except for their juggling skills. As for what they juggle and throw at people, there's rings, knives, bombs, burning bowling pins, bricks, and cheesesteaks. Ricky Barnes. First appearing in Heroes Reborn issue a half, released in September of 1996, in the Heroes Reborn reality, Ricky is the granddaughter of Peggy Carter and Bucky Barnes, who in this reality was a man named Richard. Growing up, Ricky wanted to be a dancer, but these plans had to take a back seat because she had to deal with her crazy brother, John. John was a member of the World Party, a very racist cult-like political party, and he tried to convince Ricky to join it with him. Ricky refused to join the party and tried to talk some sense into her brother, but he refused to listen. And one day, when John went off to go do some terrorist stuff with the World Party, Ricky followed him, planning to stop him. She tried to explain to him that the party was actually being run by remnants of the Axis powers, and he was just like, okay, I know that. She would then have to work together with Captain America and Falcon to stop her brother, the World Party, and Red Skull. She would then become a superhero, working alongside Captain America and various other heroes. When the main heroes realized that they were living in another reality, they eventually escaped back to Earth 616. But Ricky didn't go with them. Instead, she formed the superhero group, the Young Allies, and continued her fight against the World Party, who by this point had taken over Germany. Eventually, Ricky would be killed, but would wake up reborn in a copy of the Heroes Reborn universe, discovering her most unique ability. No matter how she died, she would always be reborn into another reality. During a fight with Onslaught, he would place a part of himself in Ricky's mind, and then wipe her memory clean of this event, so that he could use her to transport him out of the negative zone he was now trapped in. Bro would have to wait quite a while for this plan to actually go anywhere, though. Ricky would then take up the mantle of Nomad and continued to fight bad guys. She would even create a new version of the Young Allies. Eventually, Onslaught would fully possess Ricky and begin the process of returning to Earth, although he would end up failing because Ricky had her friends kill her in order to prevent this from happening. She would then be reborn in another universe, where she would die again, and then be reborn again, and then die again, and then was reborn again, and then died again. She kept going through this cycle until eventually she would be reborn in Earth 616, where she would become a member of the Future Foundation. So how exactly did she get these reincarnation powers? It's because Franklin Richards likes Ricky and will put a new version of her in every universe he creates. So when the original Ricky dies, her consciousness goes into a random version of herself in a universe created by Franklin. As for her other powers, she doesn't actually have any, but she does have various gadgets, like a vibranium photonic shield, twin energy pistols, and throwing discs containing flashbangs. Her goggles also have a built-in computer and infrared vision.
We'll be right back to Marvel's Avengers, Ultron Revolution on Disney XD.
Will somebody please help me?
Someone stole my Visa check card.
Read my lips. If your Visa check card's lost or stolen, you're not liable for fraudulent charges.
And all that money will be put back in your checking account. Sheesh.
Signing with a Visa check card is super safe.
There's no need to fear. Underdog.
Never mind.
And now back to Marvel's Avengers, Ultron Revolution on Disney XD.
The original Captain America issue 300. Originally, Captain America issue 300 was going to be very different than the geezer fist fight we ended up getting. The original idea was that in issue 300, Steve would renounce violence completely and become a pacifist, only to then get assassinated by Nomad, although there's a very good chance that this was just going to be a death fake-out. But the craziest part of this original plan was that Jesse Black Crow was going to show up as the new Captain America. This idea would have happened if not for the at the time Marvel editor-in-chief Jim Shooter. He rejected the idea, stating that Captain America would never become a pacifist. Falcon in the Square Enix Avengers game. So Square Enix's Avengers game didn't go as planned. Originally intended to be a live service game that would receive a ton of story expansions and characters added to the game following its release, only 6 characters were ever added to the game: Kate Bishop, Hawkeye, Black Panther, Jane Foster Thor, the Winter Soldier, and if you played on PlayStation, Spider-Man. Luckily, we know of a bunch of characters who were planned to appear in the game thanks to people data mining the game. These characters included Scott Lang Ant-Man, Mockingbird, Doctor Strange, Quake, Shuri, Ironheart, Spider-Woman, Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel, War Machine, She-Hulk, Vision, Wasp, and Falcon. David's self-film. In 2003, a lineup of Marvel films was revealed to the public. According to the lineup, in 2005, Elektra, Fantastic Four, and an Iron Man film were planned to be released. And in 2006, X-Men 3, Ghost Rider, and a Namor film were planned to be released. And various other projects without release windows were shown below, including films based on Silver Surfer, Nick Fury, Deathlock, and Captain America. Obviously, none of these films happened, and neither did that Namor film, or Iron Man in 2005. But this Captain America film was the first step in the creation of the first Avenger. In February of 2006, David Self would be announced to be writing the film, along with writing the Deathlock film. Around the same time, Jon Favreau approached Avi Arad about directing the film, but not as an action film, but instead a comedy. Thankfully, this didn't go anywhere. Perhaps the David Self version of the film would have happened if not for the 2007-2008 Writers Guild of America strike, as it seems that in the aftermath of the strike and the success of Iron Man 1, Marvel changed direction with the film, announcing that it had a new name, The First Avenger, Captain America, and by this point in time, David Self was no longer working on the project. And yes, the original title for Captain America The First Avenger was The First Avenger Captain America. We unfortunately don't know anything else about David Self's Captain America film, outside of the fact that it would have been set half in World War II and half in the modern day. Blue Streak. First appearing in Captain America issue 217, released in October of 1977, Don Thomas was a member of the criminal group, the Corporation, and was ordered to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon doing so, he was ordered to join the experimental S.H.I.E.L.D. superhero group known as S.H.I.E.L.D. Super Agents, and was to be trained by Captain America. But Cap refused, and told Nick Fury that Falcon will do it instead of him. Falcon was just like, alright, sure I guess. So for a little bit, Captain America goes on missions alone, while Falcon trains the super agents. Eventually, Falcon is captured by the Corporation, with the help of Blue Streak, and so Cap contacts the super agents to see how the search for him is going, and the agents just don't really seem to care about what happened to him. Shortly after calling them, Cap is attacked while at a secret hideout, and since only the super agents knew that he was at the hideout, Steve figured out that one of the agents was a traitor. He decides to fight the agents, and figures out that Blue Streak is the traitor. After defeating him, another super agent named Vamp tries to kill Blue Streak. Turns out that she's also an agent sent by the Corporation, and was trying to silence him, but she fails, and Blue Streak gives up Falcon's location. When he was released from jail, Don would begin doing crimes, using a suit created by Justin Hammer. This led to him coming into conflict with Captain America a few times, until he was murdered by the villain Scourge. But that wasn't the end of Blue Streak. He would return years later, resurrected by the Hood, as part of his plan to kill the Punisher. Blue Streak didn't do all that well, and was killed. As for his powers, Blue Streak's whole thing is his rocket-powered roller skates. These skates allow him to travel up to 125 miles per hour. He also had arm-mounted laser guns, wrist blades, a micro-missile launcher, and tacks that he would throw out onto the road. A second Blue Streak would debut in Heroes for Hire issue 3, released in October of 2006. His name is Jonathan Swift, and he doesn't have much of a history. He just took up the mantle and the equipment of the original Blue Streak. The most notable thing that he's ever done is create the roller skating villain group named the Fast Five. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in the series Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, and the character Turbojet in Spider-Man the New Animated Series was heavily inspired by him. Rejected voicemail Easter egg. In Avengers Infinity War, you can briefly see Captain America's phone number on Tony's phone. The Russo brothers, who directed the film, really wanted to make this a fun little Easter egg, and asked Disney if they could create a fake voicemail from Chris Evans as Captain America that would play if you called the number, but Disney's legal department said no fun allowed and rejected the idea. Captain America fights the Red Skull in Hell. In Captain America's Weird Tales issue 74, released in July of 1949, Red Skull is in Hell, and has an even more demonic version of the Death Note, and he writes Captain America's name in it. Captain America is then confronted by a demon who tells him, "Look, man, I'm sorry that I gotta do this, but your name is in the book, so I gotta bring you to Hell." So the two travel to Hell, and when Cap gets there, the devil is extremely confused, since Captain America's a good guy, though upon being told what happened, he just kinda shrugs and goes, "Rules are rules. Sorry, dude, but you gotta stay here." Cap isn't having any of it, and demands to return to the world of the living, so the devil comes up with an idea. Captain America and Red Skull will fight against each other, and whoever wins will get sent back to the world of the living. But it's not exactly a fair fight, as Red Skull has the Grim Reaper's scythe. Or, well, maybe it is a fair fight, because Cap pretty easily defeats him. Red Skull's about to fall into the pits of hell, but Cap, for some reason, tries to save him, but he fails. Cap is then sent back to the world of the living, and the story ends. But here's the plot twist. The Captain America in this story isn't actually Steve Rogers, it's actually Jeffrey Mace. And the Red Skull in the story isn't the normal Red Skull, but instead an imposter that, to this day, has never been named. And since this was his last appearance, canonically, he's still in Hell. Rejected Captain America and Jenny Sparks crossover. During the 2000s, Joss Whedon approached Marvel and Wildstorm Comics and pitched a crossover comic between Captain America and the Wildstorm-turned-DC character Jenny Sparks. The idea behind this crossover was that Steve would still be early in his career as Captain America, and he would learn about the history of the United States, and its many highs and many, many lows, and how these moments were reflected in Europe. This crossover was ultimately rejected because by the time that Joss Whedon wanted to do the crossover, DC had already purchased Wildstorm Comics, so this would technically be a Marvel and DC crossover, something that the heads up at DC were against. Though elements of this story idea would be reused in a short story written by Whedon that was featured in Captain America Sam Wilson issue 7, released in March of 2016. Militant. First appearing in Amazing Spider-Man issue 519, released in April of 2005, Militant is basically just Captain America, but working for Hydra. No, before Secret Empire. He's actually a really mysterious character. We don't even know his identity. All we know about him is that he was part of the Hydra supervillain group, the Hydra 4, which was basically Hydra's answer to the Avengers. Created by Hydra in order to draw out the Avengers, Militant and the rest of the Hydra 4 faced off against Spider-Man and the new Avengers for a bit, before being ordered to retreat, due to them successfully drawing out the Avengers. He would fight them again at their Hydra base, and that's pretty much it. There's really nothing else for me to say about this guy. He hasn't appeared in any comics since 2005. As for his powers, he's got all of your standard Captain America abilities, like superhuman strength, durability, agility, and healing. Despite his limited appearances in comics, he's actually appeared a few times in media, appearing in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, Avengers Alliance, and Superhero Squad Online. Captain Anarchy. First appearing in Spider-Verse Issue 2, released in January of 2015, Carl Morningdew is a pretty good friend of Spider-Punk, and he's also this universe's version of Carl Morgenthau, the Flag Smasher. He's from Earth 138, which is a reality in which Norman Osborn rules over the United States as its president. Although he was only president in name, he was really a dictator, and in order to take him down, Spider-Punk and his friends worked together to stop him. Taking up the mantle of Captain Anarchy, Carl joined Spider-Punk's resistance group and battled against the government's forces. After freeing the country, instead of retiring, he would continue to fight as Captain Anarchy, but this time against crime and alien invaders. As for his powers, Captain Anarchy doesn't have any. He's just a decent fighter and wields a shield that can block bullets. He's also a pretty good drummer and is part of Spider-Punk's band. The Wee Males. In Captain America Comics issue 69, released in August of 1948, Jeffrey Mace, while Captain America, encounters probably his strangest foe, Grinko. While returning home from a mission, Mace's plane crashes into a mountain range. He's then saved by a group of people known as the Teeny Weeny People. These are people who are literally 3 inches tall and live in a giant underground city in secret. When Jeffrey wakes up, he's pretty shocked by all of this, but promises the Teeny Weeny People that he won't hurt any of them. He and the Teeny Weeny People's king then hang out, and everyone in Teeny Weenyville learns to like Captain America. Well, all but one. The Teeny Weeny Prime Minister, Grinko, hates him, and warns the Teeny Weeny People that he's an omen. Nobody likes him though, so all of the Teeny Weeny People ignore the Teeny Weeny Prime Minister. Grinko decides to then try and convince the Teeny Weeny People that Cap's an omen by starting a flood and blaming it on him. Jeffrey quickly stops the flood, but Grinko has convinced a bunch of people that he's evil. In order to defeat Grinko, Jeffrey simply just picks him up and threatens him. Grinko admits that he lied, and the day is saved. Jeffrey then leaves the kingdom and promises to keep it a secret. Jeffrey then tells an entire class that he's teaching about the Teeny Weeny People. So I guess he just kind of lied to them. Doughboy. First appearing in Captain America issue 209, released in February of 1977, Doughboy is an abomination created by Zola in order to be his servant. He doesn't have much of a character because he's barely a living thing. I mean, he is, but like, look at him. He's an enormous mass of flesh that has the consistency of dough. While normally looking like a literal blob of dough, he has the ability to grow legs, feet, and arms with 2-fingered hands. Despite looking like this, Doughboy has actually fought people before, even at one point soloing Captain America and Thor. As for Doughboy's powers, he's a shapeshifter and can grow larger and smaller. He can also harden himself, don't laugh, and in this form can't be hurt. He's also extremely sticky and can absorb people. He can also fly and turn into an airship or UFO. He can also create tiny versions of himself. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Future Revolution, and Avengers Assemble. Michael Winner Captain America film. In 1984, Michael Winner was hired by the Cannon Group to direct a live-action Captain America film with a script written by James Silk. Unfortunately for Silk, in 1986, he would be fired from the project, and a new writer was hired, Stan Hay, though this didn't work out either, and Hay was taken off of the project, and Winner would then begin to work with Stan Lee to try and figure out a story for the film. But this also didn't work out, and Winner left the project in 1987. This film would eventually turn into the 1990 film. But as for the Michael Winner version of the film, we don't really know anything about the Silk script. But as for the Stan Hay script, we actually know everything, as the script was leaked. The film would have been about Captain America waking up in 1986, after being frozen during World War II, and everyone's really chill about this. Like, nobody really cares that he's back. So Steve buys a home and hangs out with his neighbor, Bernie. It's then we're introduced to an elderly Red Skull who's working with his daughter Ava and the Sisters of Sin. Still desperate as ever to kill Captain America, he and the Sisters of Sin steal the Statue of Liberty to draw Captain America out. They're able to steal the statue by using a shrink ray. He demands $10 million as ransom, and Captain America goes over to the meeting spot to drop off the money. Instead of a fight, the Sisters of Sin take the money and further shrink the Statue of Liberty. They then leave, and instead of chasing after them, Steve heads off to go on a date with Bernie. Eventually, he gains the courage to actually fight them, and travels to the sisters' mansion and beats them up. Now that he's secured the Statue of Liberty, Steve sets up the Captain America hotline, and we see a montage of him helping people. One of these people is a woman who's captured by some rich people who are using her and other women as human roulette chips on a giant roulette board. Eventually, Red Skull decides to enter the plot again, and decides to poison all of the water in New York City with the help of 3 old X-Axis Powers members hiding in India. Captain America then shows up and stops him before he's able to do this, and Red Skull is killed. But during this battle, Cap is hit with some poison that begins to age him. Luckily, he's able to cure himself by, and I'm not joking here, looking up at an American flag and screaming, "The poison may be stronger than any man, but the spirit within me, the spirit of America, is stronger than any poison." A montage of speeches from George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and Neil Armstrong plays in the background along with the national anthem. This results in Steve being cured of the poison, and he proposes to Bernie. But then, the Sisters of Sin attack, and the film ends on a cliffhanger, TASM 2 style. So, why was this script rejected? Well, besides the fact that it's awful, Stan Lee himself hated it, which is why he got involved in the project to begin with. And when he got involved, Falcon was added to the film. Also around this time, Michael Dudikoff was hired to play Captain America, and Steve James was hired to play Falcon. And that's all we know about this final version of Winner's Captain America film. NFL Super Pro. In NFL Super Pro issue 8, released in March of 1993, Captain America teams up with a promotional character created by Marvel to promote the NFL. that being Philip Grayfield, aka NFL Super Pro, an American football-themed superhero who has an official partnership with the NFL. The story begins with Crossbones being hired by the villain, Sanction, who wants revenge on Super Pro. Crossbones agrees to the deal, but isn't very impressed with Super Pro. So Crossbones lures Super Pro into a trap, and the two face off, with Crossbones defeating the football fighter with a knife covered in a paralyzing venom. But before he can capture him, Captain America shows up and scares him away. He then sucks the venom out of Super Pro's leg before running off to go after Crossbones, as Super Pro begins an investigation into a conspiracy against his friend Ron. A conspiracy that Sanction is behind. He eventually confronts Sanction at his mansion, and he faces off against him and Crossbones. While he's quickly able to defeat Sanction, Crossbones is a different story. In order to defeat Crossbones, Super Pro turns off the lights in the room, which allows him to use his night vision to easily defeat Crossbones. But soon enough, both Sanction and Crossbones disappear. Luckily, Super Pro has enough evidence to free Ron. Captain America then returns and is just like, I didn't really do anything in this story. And that's how the story ends. Side note, Super Pro very recently returned in the TV series Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, only he's not a hero in this version, nor is he called Super Pro. He just appears as a high school football coach. Sam Wilson becomes a werewolf. In Captain America issue 164, released in May of 1973, Sam Wilson becomes a werewolf long before Steve does. The villain Nightshade, yes, the same woman I mentioned earlier when talking about the story Man and Wolf, has created a werewolf serum that turns people into, well, werewolves. She created this serum with the help of the crime lord Yellowclaw, who has her use the serum on prisons in order to create his own werewolf army. They also dress up people as Captain America in order to train the werewolves into attacking the real Captain America. One of the prisoners scheduled to become a werewolf sends word out to Sam Wilson that something was going on. So Sam and Steve begin an investigation. The two split up, and Steve is confronted by an army of werewolves. But he pretty easily defeats all of them and discovers Nightshade, who reveals that while he was fighting werewolves, she had captured Sam. She then reveals to him that she had Sam injected with the werewolf serum, and so Steve and Sam begin to fight. While this is all happening, Yellowclaw abandons Nightshade as Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. show up to attack. Pretty upset by all of this, Nightshade leads her werewolves off of the edge of the prison, killing all of them. Well, killing the werewolves. Nightshade obviously survives. Sam tries to jump as well, and Steve tries to stop him. Just as he's about to jump, Sam's exposed to daylight, which cures him of the werewolf serum. But this wasn't the last time that Sam would become a werewolf. In Captain America Sam Wilson issue 3, released in November of 2015, Sam confronts the villain Dr. Carl Malice, who has been working on creating human-animal hybrids. Sam goes into the fight thinking that it's gonna be a pretty easy mission, but he quickly finds out that Carl is attached to a symbiote, so he pretty easily defeats Sam in a fight. Malice then has the captured Sam turned into a werewolf, but luckily, Misty Knight is able to track Sam's location and free him. Sam and Misty then track down the Doctor and battle his animal-human hybrid army. Upon defeating them all, the two discover Joaquin Torres. Yes, this was actually his first appearance. The story ends with Sam still a werewolf, but luckily for Sam, his werewolf form goes away by the time of the next issue. The Captain from Texas. Only appearing in Captain America's Bicentennial Battles, released in June of 1976, the Captain from Texas is another one of Steve's ancestors. This ancestor is named Roger Stevenson, and he was a former Texas Ranger turned superhero in the Wild West. And that's it. No, really, all we get is this image of him. In fact, we don't even get his real name or hero identity. All we get is a tiny text bubble saying that if Captain America was in the Wild West, he might look like this. It wasn't until Marvel Western's Outlaw Files, released in June of 2006, where it would be revealed that this character was an actual character, the Captain from Texas. As for his powers, he doesn't have any. His only weapon was his shield, which was strong enough to block bullets. Despite only a single image of him ever being created, he's actually appeared in media, LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, Whitewash Jones. First appearing in Captain America Comics issue 5, released in May of 1941, Washington Jones was a teenager who joined up with the superhero group the Young Allies during World War II. This was a superhero group that was created by Captain America and led by Bucky Barnes. Eventually, he would become an adult in 1944 and joined the United States Air Force and fought in various battles, and even continued his Air Force career after the war. After serving in the Korean War, he would retire with the rank of colonel and would pass away due to old age in the 21st century, with Bucky at his side. Now, you're probably wondering, what's so special about this guy that I included him in the Iceberg? Well, it's because I lied. His first appearance wasn't in Captain America Comics issue 5, it was in Young Allies issue 1, released in July 1941, and here's what he looked like. Yeah, not great. In the Young Allies comics, Washington Jones was named Whitewash Jones, and he was portrayed as being an idiot and looked like a racist stereotype. At the time, these comics were canon. However, eventually it was decided to retcon all of the Young Allies comics away, with the retcon confirming that these comics are in-universe comics created to support the war effort, and in order to protect the identities of the Young Allies, some liberties were taken on the members' fictional designs, and because of this, the in-universe artist turned Washington Jones into a racist stereotype. But keep in mind, in reality, it was chosen by real people in the 1940s to make him a racist stereotype. Richard Nixon Avengers Endgames himself in front of Captain America. Remember all the way back when I talked about when Steve Rogers became Nomad, and how he became Nomad in the aftermath of a storyline in which he discovered that Hydra had infiltrated the US government? Well, it's finally time to talk about the incident that really made Cap lose faith in America. The Secret Empire, the Hydra group that infiltrated the US government, was led by a man just called Number 1. His identity was never revealed, and in order to avoid being captured by Steve, he Avengers Endgames himself in front of him. Now, while his name was never revealed, the writer of the story, Steve Englehart, has said that his intention was that number 1 was actually real-life President Richard Nixon. And like I mentioned way earlier in the video, instead of letting the American people know that Nixon was a Hydra agent, the US government just hired a lookalike to play Nixon for the rest of his time as president. So any of Nixon's appearances set after Captain America issue 175, released in April of 1974, are actually just a lookalike, not the real Nixon. Ronald Reagan gets turned into a snake monster and fights Captain America. In Captain America issue 344, released in April of 1988, the Serpent Society has created chaos in Washington, D.C. The Serpent Society member Viper had recently poisoned DC's water supply with a mutagen that turns people into violent snake monsters. In order to stop this snake person outbreak, Steve Rogers as the Captain, John Walker Captain America, Battlestar, and other heroes had to work together to cure the people of Washington, D.C. During the battle, Steve heads off to the White House and discovers that President Ronald Reagan had been turned into a snake monster directly by Viper. Steve reluctantly fights Scaly Reagan, while Viper taunts Steve, but suddenly, Reagan turns back to his normal self, due to Steve basically tiring him out and kickstarting his metabolism, which essentially burns the snake mutagen out of his body. Viper then tries to escape, but is captured. Soon after, the day is saved, as the heroes are able to cure everyone, but the issue ends with Reagan having snake-like fangs. Does this mean that he was secretly still a snake person? No, I don't actually know what this means, because this was never followed up on. And that was it, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs out there. The Captain America Iceberg. I hope you all enjoyed. I just saw, well, I say I just saw, but it was like a couple hours ago, Captain America Brave New World, and I can safely say it was good. Not great, but good, at least in my opinion. It had its problems. It just felt kind of weird. I don't know. It had weird vibes to it. I don't really know how to explain it. But I liked Sam, you know, Harrison Ford's Ross was great. Red Hulk was cool. Sidewinder was, I mean, cool, but like the most obviously like reshoot character ever. Like you could tell every scene with him. I mean, well, we know that it was confirmed. Like they pretty much said it was, but it feels like it's like usually when a character's added via reshoots, it's kind of hard to tell. But like this was like blatant. It was very obvious. But yeah, I won't give any more spoilers. I'll just say, you know, Stearns is good. I liked the overall plot. That being said, though, it feels weird. I don't really know how else to explain it. Like, watching the movie, there was like a weird vibe to it. I don't know how to explain it. It just felt kind of odd. I give it like a 6.5 out of 10. It was good. It just had its problems. And then there's Ruth or Sabra or whatever. Politics aside, I think her actress is terrible. I thought she was really, really, really bad in this movie. But, I mean, we're never going to see that character again, so it's whatever. But yeah, overall, I enjoyed it that we got some kind of resolution to the celestial stuff from the Eternals. But yeah, good movie. But anyways, yeah, so the Captain America Iceberg is done. I hope you all enjoyed. There's not really much I want to say outside of I hope you're all excited for more videos this year. Next Iceberg is going to be a non-comic book based Iceberg. But that doesn't mean there won't be any more comic book icebergs this year. I got 3 more planned. two of which are Marvel related. You can probably guess what they are. And one of them is DC, and that's Green Lantern, because I've been promising Green Lantern Iceberg for forever. All three of those will happen this year. Yeah, I mean, I hope you're all excited for that. I just cut a bunch of rambling from the outro, because the outro is, like, really long. I don't really want it to be, like, a 7-minute long outro, so I'll wrap it up quickly. Yeah, you know, have a great day and all that. Stay safe, and I will see you guys in the next video. Take care, and have a good one.
Would you pull the car over, please? I think I'm going to be sick.